Good morning and welcome to day 3 of the annual Justice and Treatment Partnership Virtual Conference. As we gather, some comments, introductory comments. We are fortunate today to have the opportunity to hear from a number of speakers on a number of interesting topics. And the views that are expressed are those of the speakers, not necessarily the views of the International Association of Treatment Courts or the Association of Justice and Treatment Professionals. We love to engage, we love to have communication, and so you'll be getting prompted as we go along today, as we have a discussion today, to use the Q&A buttons to communicate and send in your questions. Before I go any further, I should introduce myself, tell you I'm Justice Barnes. I'm the chair of today's conference. And we are going to have two hosts who are going to run the show today. And it's going to be Dennis Riley this morning and Jennifer Graham in the afternoon, and we are thankful to them for doing that. And I'm going to tell you a bit about them, and I'm going to try tell you a bit about them. I'll start with Dennis Riley. Dennis is a graduate of the University of Connecticut School of Administration and Management, the University of Denver College of Law, and the University of Amsterdam School for Executive Development and International Relations. Now, right now, at this moment, Dennis Riley is the statewide drug court coordinator for the New York Unified Court System, a division of policy and planning. Before he took that job, he was a project director at the National Drug Court Institute, where he co-authored the Drug Court Planning Initiative, DCPI. Now, that document has been very helpful for people within the United States and also internationally in setting up drug courts or drug treatment courts. He's also been the director of operations for treatment court programs at the Center for Court Innovation. And he has also worked in the Connecticut Judicial Branch as a special deputy sheriff. He's worked as a trial court clerk. He's worked in the pretrial services. He's worked as a supervision officer, a court planner, and he's co-founded things. He's been a co-founding team member of Connecticut's first 3 drug courts. And then he's also served as director of the Brooklyn Treatment Court and Problem-Solving Courts coordinator for King's Supreme Court. And then he does a whole bunch of consulting. I mean, I just cannot keep track. He's one thing I'll say is that he is a Reclaiming Features National Fellow. Then he served as an expert consultant to a number of things. National Drug Court Institute, the Justice Management Institute, the American University Drug Court Program Office, the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Center for Substance Abuse Treatment at SAMHSA. So Dennis, very pleased that you could host. You did it yesterday. And you're doing it today. Thank you very much. And Jennifer is a member of the Association of Justice and Treatment Court, Justice and Treatment Professionals, very much a partner as we develop and roll out all of these programs. She's an assistant Crown attorney and has been in the appeal office for about 8 years. And as I said, she's in the organizing committee of this association since it started in the very beginning, which was this year in May 2021. She has also been an HSJCC committee member now. It's Human Services Justice Coordinating Committee. She's been a member since spring of 2019, and she has been the co-chair of the Appeal Differing Table since September 2020. She is a member and a strong leader of Appeals Drug Treatment Court. Jennifer was also a host yesterday, and we thank you for being a host this afternoon. Really appreciate it. Now that a number of us have gathered, let us do the land acknowledgement. And we begin this webinar by acknowledging that we are meeting on the Aboriginal land that has been inhabited by Indigenous people from the beginning. As settlers, we are grateful for the opportunity to meet here. And we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Long before today, as we gather here, there have been Aboriginal peoples who have been the stewards of this land. In particular, we acknowledge the Ashinavik, Huron, Wendat, Odino, Noshi, the Obijwe and Chippewa peoples, the Hodino, Noshini. I always make a mistake with that. The land that is home to the Métis and most recently the territory of the Misagas of the Credit First Nation, who are direct descendants of the Misagas from the Credit. We recognize and deeply appreciate their historic connection to this land. We also recognize the contributions of Métis, Inuit, and other Indigenous people, the contributions they have made both in shaping and strengthening this community, in particular, in our province and our country as a whole. As settlers, this recognition of the contributions and historic importance of Indigenous people must also be clearly and overtly connected to our collective commitment to make the promise and the challenge of truth and reconciliation real in our communities, and in particular to bring justice for the lives lost in residential schools, as well as all the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls across our country. We make this acknowledgement with the full solemnity that it deserves. And having said that, Dennis, over to you.
Thank you, Justice Barnes. It's my great honor and privilege to humbly introduce the Honorable Justice Andre Chamberlain, who's a member of the Innu Nation First Generation Residential School and forced child removal survivor. Previous to his law career, Justice Chamberlain worked in mental health and adult psychiatric crisis intervention in Toronto, worked in the Adolescent Drug Treatment Center in Thunder Bay. Justice Chamberlain has worked as a federal Crown Counsel since 2001, has served as deputy team leader, Toronto's Old City Hall, as Immigration Prosecution Counsel. Justice Chamberlain specializes in restorative justice and has served as lead Crown Prosecutor in Gladue Court and is currently the federal team lead for the Drug Treatment Court. Justice Chamberlain, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, and thank you for that warm introduction. I might have sent you the wrong one. It sounds like I'm still the federal lead for the Drug Treatment Court. That was in my previous job before my appointment, so I may have misstated that. I'm currently, though, the chair of the New Toronto Courthouse Gladue Court lead. So I am the chair of the Gladue Court for the City of Toronto at the moment. So thank you for that warm welcome. So what I was hoping to do with you today was just to share a little bit about my own personal story. I think, you know, we've seen the news, we've read the stories about residential schools, about you know, the plight of Indigenous people in this country. And we see it every day if we are in courts. We see the folks come through our system who have been touched and affected by residential schools, by the impact of colonialism and racism in this country and oppression, and how that's led to the over-incarceration of Indigenous folks, a significant overrepresentation of Indigenous folks in the criminal justice system. But what I like to do is I'd like to just personalize a little bit and just tell you a little bit about my story, because I think the story of my family is in some ways representative of much of what's going on in this country. And I think it helps us to understand it when it's in a personal context, because what we see the folks who come before us who have, you know, these issues coming through the courts, but it's a much bigger and a broader picture in terms of the effect in the community and in the population. So I think that's what I'd like to share, if I can, if you'll allow me to. So I'll start back in 1985, if I might, just because that was a year that I both sobered up and came out of the closet. And so it was a year of change for me and a year of growth as I started to come to terms with who I was, both as a gay man and as an alcoholic and drug addict. And so that was the beginning of kind of moving forward and taking some steps with respect to recovery. I also had known all my life that I was adopted. I was adopted by a French-Canadian family up in northwestern Quebec. And at the time, you know, they knew very little about my birth family, only that my mother was 18 years old when I was born, and that she was not able to care for me and had decided to give me up for adoption, and really did not know much of anything else beyond that. So in the late 1980s, I decided to try and take some steps to discover my birth family. Because I was adopted in Quebec, the process was a little bit easier in that if the child is seeking to make a connection, they will contact the birth mother and see whether she's interested in making a connection. But in my case, my mother had already registered previously, so it became very quick. So in 1989, around, or maybe 1990, around October, I sent a letter asking for all non-identifying information and asking for the opportunity to make connections with my birth family. I got a letter back in 2 weeks saying, here's all your non-identifying information. And with respect to your request to meet your birth family, we will contact you shortly. And then at the bottom of that letter was a signature, and then was a PS following the signature that said, you may want to consider applying for a status card through Indian Affairs since your mother was Indigenous. And that was the first indication that I had, or the first real indication I had that I was Indigenous. I did have some clues before. I had a good friend when I was living and working in Thunder Bay in mental health there. I had a good friend who was Indigenous, who had been adopted as well, but adopted by an Indigenous family. And we used to chat all the time, and she would often say, I think you've got some Indian blood in you at the times. And so I, you know, my thought was that, listen, those voyageurs in Quebec were in and out of those teepees. So I suspect that there's a lot of Quebecers have some Indigenous blood on some level. But I didn't put too much weight in that. But that was the first indication in that letter from my birth family that, in fact, both my parents, it turned out, were Indigenous at the time. And the way that they worked it through social services was really interesting, because they would interview both individuals. So they didn't just get the information and put you in touch together. What they would do is they interviewed me and essentially got my life story and recorded all that, made notes of all that, and then talked to my mother and got her life story. And then they would trade that through the social worker, just so that the first meeting didn't become this overwhelming need for information. And I thought it was a really smart way of doing it. So I learned from the social worker that my mother was indeed Indigenous, that she had spent 10 years in residential schools up in Fort George, Quebec, and that she had returned, had been raped by a neighbor, and as a result had become pregnant with me, and then had then from there had been forced to give me up for adoption. That she'd married not long after she got back to a man who had his own issues with alcoholism and was a victim of violence and domestic violence, and had that I had 5 brothers and sisters. I had, and that they had had a fairly troubled life given the background and supports that they had. And then she heard my story, and then we were in contact, and I first met my mother essentially that January, just 3 months after I'd made my first attempt at making contact with her. I'm going to share just a little bit of my screen just to give you a better perspective, just to give you a bit more information. If you'll allow me, just give me 1 second to. I hope you can all see that. Let me know if you can't. So as I mentioned, I found out that my family was from Meshtoyech, which is a small community just on the western side of Lac Saint-Jean, which is kind of southern central Quebec. It's just kind of there. And that my mother was from that area. And that when she was about 6 years old, she was sent to residential school. Now, just to give you a better perspective, this is a map of a combination of Ontario and Quebec here. And at the bottom here on the left in the square, that's where Toronto is. And to the right here in the center bottom is the area where Montreal is. And up here where the arrow is, that's Meshtoyach. That's the community that my family is from in, in central Quebec. And at the top here, you'll see kind of at the top of the James Bay, where it's kind of getting near Hudson's Bay, is Fort George. And that is the location where my mother was sent to residential school at the age of 6. It was a long, arduous trip. She, I think, from what I read, was not sent home for the first 2 years that she was there. She stayed there for the first 2 years before she was allowed to go back home and have summer vacations with her family. She spent some 10 years there, and it was a difficult time. It wasn't easy. She had, you know, they weren't allowed to speak the language. There was often a lot of violence. She didn't go through the kinds of, you know, brutal sexual violence that we've heard in terms of some of the other communities and some of the other residential schools. And I'm not saying it didn't happen at that school, but she didn't recount any particular such instances for herself. But that's a picture of her there, a class picture at the residential school. Taken, I think, not long after she got there, probably a couple of years after she got there. And that's her there in the forefront. So it was a tough time, you know. She was isolated from her community. She became essentially strangers to her family and to her parents, and spent her time there. Now, she was lucky because she had some sisters. She had a couple of sisters who were close in age to her. And she and some of their friends would sneak off, and they would maintain their language. They would speak to each other sometimes in Innu. And so she retained her language throughout her life. And when she got back, but when she got back to her community, she was essentially a stranger to them. And so when she was coming home about a year after, not long after she got back, you know, she was cutting through a field, and one of the neighbors who was drunk accosted her and raped her. And as I mentioned, she became pregnant. Now, at the time, I thought, you know, well, as you might not be surprised, who she turned to was the priest on the reserve. She went to him to explain what had happened, and he was actually fairly progressive, I would say, for his time. He helped her draft a letter of complaint about this incident. But because she was 17 years old at the time that she was raped, she couldn't on her own make the complaint. Her father had to sign in order for it to be actioned. So he refused to do so. I think her sense was that he felt it would bring shame on the family, and so he did not want to do that. And so essentially the fact that she was raped was swept under the rug, and it just wasn't discussed and wasn't talked about. Soon after, they found out she was pregnant, and because, again, she was, you know, they didn't know how to manage it. I don't know where the decision came, but she was essentially sent away to Quebec City to have me. She was in a girls' home for a while, and I was born in the orphanage. So that's what I learned about my mother's history, and then when I met her, you know, there's a couple stories that I like to share. That one was that on the first weekend that I went there to meet her, we'd spoken a number of times on the phone by this time, but a couple months later I was up visiting, and I was over at her place, and she said, "I want to show you something." And she came out of her room with a newspaper. And she said, "You know, around the time that you would have been 12 years old, there was a soccer tournament in our town where Indigenous kids from all over the province had come to play in the soccer tournament. And on the front of the newspaper was a photograph showing some of the kids playing. And the kid who was at the forefront of that photograph, looked a lot like her next older son, my brother Jean-Claude. And she showed me this picture. And she said, I always wondered if this was you. And so I wanted to show you and ask, was this you? I knew it wasn't going to be me because I've never played soccer in my life. But it also it brought home to me the pain that she had, right? That she spent her life looking for me. Sorry. That she never lost hope that she would find me. And she spent had a lot of emotional pain and a lot of emotional difficulty, leading to her own addictions and her own depression and her own mental health issues. I think a lot of it related to her experience in residential school, and a lot of it related to the loss of her first child, that was significant for her in her life. So, that really brought it home to me, the impact of what happens to folks through the residential school program. The other story is that, the night before I left, we were staying at my sister's house. She had a bigger house. So we were all staying there. And the night before I was supposed to leave in the morning, and my mother said, I think I'm going to go home tonight. I think it's going to be too hard to say goodbye in the morning. So I'm going to say goodbye now and go home. So I said, okay, I understand. So we said goodbye, and, it was lovely. And then the next morning she called and said, listen, come on over. I want to see you before you go. So we popped over there on my way out. And, when I got there, she said, I got home last night, she said, and I cried for 4 hours. And I couldn't stop crying. She said, because all I could imagine, all I could remember was me with my face up against the nursery window, looking at you in that bassinet, knowing I was never going to see you again. And again, I was struck by the kind of pain and torture that she went through, all because she wasn't given a voice. When we looked at the papers, I brought my papers with me. And when we looked at the papers, the adoption papers, she looked at that signature on that document and she said, that's my writing, but that's not my writing. She said, I'm sure that I signed that when I was drugged. Because although she recognized it as her hand, she said, there's no way that's my signature, and there's no way that I consented to that in any way, with a clear mind. And she said there was never any discussion about that, right? So, that's the kind of pain that she kind of lived with. Now, having said that, she had, a very warm and loving family. She was very much the central figure in the family. Sorry. This picture was taken in 2012. I'm down there in the bottom right-hand corner. She's up in the top right-hand corner in the light green shirt there. And that's not even our whole family. That is, there are in that group about 4 in-laws. So we can discount some of them. But I know one of my brothers is not there. And there are a number of the grandchildren who are not there. And given that it was 2012, that was also, I can tell you that since then there are many more grandchildren and great-grandchildren, in fact. So there are a number of generations. So just to, when we talk about the impact of residential schools, and we talk about the impact of colonialism and oppression and all that's been inflicted on Indigenous communities, we talk about my mother as a survivor of residential school, and her husband, I think, was a survivor of residential school as well, as was, I think, my birth father. So there's 3 people that were impacted by all of this. And what you have here is a representation of that intergenerational trauma, right? A representation of how her pain and her suffering, her depression and the struggles she had in life, in some ways were passed down to many of my family members, right? And of course, we see the worst of it in the courts, right? We see the worst of the trauma. We see the worst of the suffering, the folks who are deeply addicted and who are traumatized to the extent that they have a very low ability to function at times and find themselves involved in the criminal justice system. But, we represent a much larger slice than just what we see in the criminal justice system, right? I'm a judge. I have colleagues who are judges that I know and are friends with who are Indigenous, who have also parents who've gone through the residential school system. I have a friend who disclosed to me that as they were finding out about the kids at the Kamloops residential school, the 215 unmarked graves or mass graves that they discovered there, heard from her mother that in fact they had a 5-year-old brother, uncle to my friend, who died in residential school and that they never talked about. She found out she had an uncle that the family never talked about because the pain was so great. And it was only this summer that she learned about that, right? So, it's not just the folks that you see coming before you, I think is one thing I want to point out. It could be your coworkers, it could be your colleagues, it could be the other stakeholders that we are everywhere. We are a larger part of the community and a growing part of the community. As you can see, we grow and we are expanding as a community, but we're still dealing with that intergenerational impact, right? So that's kind of the part that I wanted to talk about, just a little bit about personalizing, the impact of Indigenous folks in the Indigenous community and how colonialism and oppression have played a significant factor in who we are today. And I'm proud, people I think have cautioned me, or I think I always get a little concerned because of how personal my story is and how much I share in that story. But I'm proud of it, because it's a legacy of pain, and it is a legacy of trauma and difficulty, but it's also a legacy of resilience, right? My family, we have our struggles. Not everybody's thriving, the way that I appear to be. I have a brother who's doing life on the installment plan, but I have a sister who's just recently retired, having worked at the band office for years, and a brother who, has done various jobs and now works in a group home for adults with developmental difficulties. And I have, some are in recovery, some are still struggling with their addiction. And, we see that life goes on and life carries on, right? But we keep working to make it better and to heal, but it takes time. The teachings tell us it can take up to 7 generations of healing in order to get past these kinds of trauma. So it's a long journey, but we need the help and the supports where we can get it. And I think I would implore you as drug treatment court professionals to learn about the Indigenous community, to learn to work with the Indigenous community, and to learn to adapt your programs and your processes to see how you can better serve the Indigenous community and its particular needs moving forward. So anyway, I do have to wrap it up because I do have a judgment to give it a couple of minutes, but I do want to take the opportunity to thank everybody for inviting me. I'm honored to be here. I'm honored that you've allowed me to share my story and my mother's story and the story of my family and my community. And I'm grateful that I'm able to do that as part of the work that I do here in the courts, both in the Gladue court and the work that I've done previously in the drug treatment court as the lead crown at the time for many years at Old City Hall in Toronto. And and grateful to Kofi because he was really the one who brought me into the court. He saw the experience that I had and was very, I think instrumental in getting me onto that track of a restorative justice court. So I'm very grateful to him as well. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you so much, Justice Chamberlain. Thank you for your voice, for your story, and the work that you do to make lives better. We really appreciate your keynote this morning, and thank you for your time.
I'll be back this afternoon, I think, for another one of the other panels. But I'll be a lot less chatty then.
Looking forward to seeing you then. Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care, everybody.
It's now
Hi, Valerie.
Hi, Grace, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, good.
Yeah, yeah. How are you doing?
Oh, good. It's quite the morning.
I bet, hey? Your weather is not ideal. Wow.
Having fun time with it. I would rather snow, but we're in the middle of freezing rain.
Yeah.
And freezing rain is the one thing where we will lose power. So,
What? That's the concern, right?
yeah.
Yeah, we had freezing rain here yesterday, but here it's usually not that big a deal. Not in the way I know you guys usually experience. So
This one is our, it was supposed to be a blizzard, which would be better.
yeah,
But now, you know, high winds and everything attached to it. So I'm doing this from home, where normally I would do this from my office. So now I'm thinking you're going to hear snow plows and high winds and everything on my bike.
that's possible. Yeah. I'm actually doing this from home today too, and I do usually do presentations and stuff from my office, but it's worked out easier today to be at home. So we'll see how it goes.
The same thing with me. It was easier than trying to get into the office, and our business. Most of the offices in that are open, but
Mhm.
most of that are really bad. So it's
Yeah. Yeah. So you're okay to speak then, because I just printed off your PowerPoint this morning, just
Yeah.
in case you need me to, if we lose power. I know you had a couple of options there, right?
Yeah, it will be it. I put that together really quickly last night.
Yeah.
I'm not going to share it because I'm going to just kind of follow it.
Yeah.
But it was there in case anything happened, and also I can put in more information and share it with everybody afterwards in case. I
Yeah.
go,
Yeah. Sounds good. Good. Okay. I see Rudy's there. Dennis. Yeah.
And everyone's mic is open. We'll be starting in just 2 minutes.
Okay.
And you can close your mics as you see fit. Okay, it looks like we're at the top of the hour. Welcome back, everyone. Pleased to see that all of our presenters are here and ready to go. It's my great pleasure to introduce this new section on comprehensive case management and services and supports for participants. It's my great pleasure to introduce Ms. Elisa Rubini, who's the main author of Case Care Management Curriculum for the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission of the Organization of American States, and has over 15 years of experience working with international and civil society organizations in the field of drug policy, alternatives to incarceration, recovery, and social integration of persons with substance use disorder. Ms. Rubini is a representative of the Foundation to the United Nations, has served as international consultant to the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, serves as a drug expert for the European Commission, as a board member for the Vienna Committee on Narcotic Drugs. Welcome, Ms. Rubini, and please introduce your panel.
Thank you so much, Tannis, for the introduction. And I have the pleasure to moderate this panel with distinguished colleagues. And we have Grace Froese, Director of the Edmonton Drug Treatment Court Service. We have Valerie Cochrane, Coordinator of the Newfoundland and Labrador Drug Treatment Court in St. John. And we also have Rudy Rivera, Case Manager at the Drug Treatment Court of Ottawa. Without further ado, I will go forward and introduce Grace Froese as a long-standing career through the Alberta Justice and Solicitor General and Alberta Services, working with the criminal justice system and people with substance use disorder. Grace is currently employed by the Edmonton Judge Howard Society as a director of the Edmonton Drug Treatment Court Service. And she also serves in the board of the Canadian Association of Drug Treatment Court Professional and is involved with the International Association of Treatment Courts. We had the pleasure at CCAD to be working with her on training and development of drug courts internationally. So Grace is currently working in the partnership with Alberta Justice and Solicitor General, and she's responsible for the development and training of new provincial drug treatment court programs in Alberta. And today she will elaborate on case care management approaches, utilizing multidisciplinary and multi-systemic teams, as well as highlighting the key fact on expansion of the drug treatment courts development in Alberta, and also addressing the rural and urban delivery of integrated case management. It's a pleasure to have you, Grace. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Elisa. And thank you so much just for having me as part of this panel. It's an honor to present with Valerie and with Rudy and yourself, and just to be able to speak about case management support strategies. And I'm going to focus a little bit on the, initially, just to set the stage for this, the collaborative case management approaches, utilizing multidisciplinary and multi-systemic teams. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the provincial drug treatment court development and expansion in Alberta and in the context of case management, with a focus on rural versus urban, because throughout this expansion, when it comes to case management specifically, that is one area that a lot of adaptation is required in rolling this out. So those are the areas that I do want to focus on today. And I know that Valerie is going to speak to the needs, the assessment process a little bit later, and Rudy is going to speak to the mechanics of case management. So I'm going to try not to impose on what they're going to present. Just focusing more on the collaborative case management approaches. And so the multi-system involvement as a result of like this cascading use of services that's being coordinated and managed to meet individual participant needs within these existing services. You know, you have your income and benefit supports, health services, including the addictions and mental health treatments, social and life skills services that include your family and community development. And of course, what we're finding is many of the participants, say, of a drug treatment court or any kind of specialized court, are accessing a lot of these services separately, right? So when you have this collaborative case management process in a support service program, all those components are coming together for that individual. And that is probably the biggest piece that we are learning through the case management supports, that collaboration of those services is cost effective and it's much more beneficial for the individuals accessing them. I just have to make a mention. I was listening to Dr. Harvie speak on the FASD coordination just prior to this session. And part of my career years ago with Alberta Justice was working with the FASD initiatives in Alberta. So I'd heard Dr. Harvie speak multiple times. And, you know, she made mention of all the hoops that people have to go through in order to obtain the services, and how that can be so trying. And we do find that in every area, especially with this vulnerable population that is accessing these services. There's so many hoops and so many, it seems like, roadblocks in place for them to access that. And we do find that in many ways. However, in the process of this collaboration through these multidisciplinary teams and the multi-systemic resources, it does work so much better for the individuals that need to access them. And so the case management strategies that we use, also the multidisciplinary teams that within the existing justice systems, these structures provide key supports in the form of judiciary, court services, crown prosecutors, duty counsel, probation, supervision services. And so this is what is coming together in these case management process. Now, the collaborative case management also allows for flexibility in case plans and creates a greater opportunity for success by doing this. And I'm going to touch a little bit on this exactly. Mothers with children, residential treatment that actually allows children to reside with their mothers. It's in the best interest of both the mother and the children. A lot of Indigenous participants who want to focus on their culture and spirituality while working on their recovery. Case planning is tailored to culturally specific programs and therapists that will enable this growth and opportunity. So keeping that in mind in that structure and in that piece, we work with a phase case management process. And so the structure, the recovery process, the incremental progress is so important in that process. The stabilization, acute, clinical, pro-social habitation, adaptive, and the maintenance help for a clearer understanding of progression in this case management process. And I know Rudy will speak to those pieces more in detail. So basically I was setting the stage for all these processes coming together. And so in that context, I want to just explain a little bit about what has been happening in Alberta with our provincial drug court expansion. I'm very proud of this. I'm personally very proud to be involved in something like this. I've worked with the Ministry of Alberta Justice Solicitor General for the majority of my career, and then 8 years ago I switched to not-for-profit, and I now am the director of the Edmonton Drug Treatment Court under the direction of the Edmonton John Howard Society. It's been amazing. The vision and values align, and we're able to put forward these drug treatment court programs provincially. And I'm honored that I get to be a part of this, and having worked both sides, the government side and the not-for-profit side, and really recognizing the value of those partnerships and how we can work together. And so this, throughout this provincial drug court expansion, for those of you that don't know, there's established guidelines and standards within this framework of the drug courts in Alberta that align with a model of service delivery that is community resource integrated and that promotes the implementation of best practice standards that are consistent on a provincial level and responsive to each community's unique needs and circumstances. So that's really the premise of this. Now, our standards and principles that have been established provincially are in line with the Canadian Association of Drug Court Professionals, those standards and principles that were established. So it really, the trickle down effect of that is amazing. I truly believe, even as we are rolling out the new treatment courts in the province, that we're doing so while still upholding these standards and principles. Very, very important. So currently, we have 6 drug treatment courts operating in Alberta, with the anticipated startup of a 7th in 2022. Under the guidelines and standards, it's created a necessity of a variance in service delivery to accommodate the rural communities where many services may be limited. And this brings me to the rural versus urban, basically. So we've had, in Alberta, we've had two longstanding courts, Edmonton and Calgary, and we have since expanded to 4 smaller cities in the province. And through this process, we are still, there's multiple systems that, you know, create opportunity for expansion of the services, and programs can be accessed in many different ways. So we're having to adapt. And as most of you know that are involved with the drug treatment court, when it comes to case management, we are looking at every avenue that's available to us in the community, and there is so many. In the larger cities, at least for us, we've been very fortunate. We have strong partnerships with so many community organizations and agencies, Alberta Health Services. And we work very closely with our probation services, so it works really well. So now when we're developing these same teams and developing the case management in the smaller cities, and when I'm talking smaller cities, I'm talking, you know, 50,000 to 100,000 populations. So many of the cities will have services, but limited access. Things that can, psychological services can be limited. Psychiatric services, access to that can be limited. So this case management team really needs to focus on partnerships and building these relationships. Thankfully, through COVID, it's open, clearly based on what we're doing here, it's opened up the world of virtual. And how amazing is that? Because that has really expanded the opportunity for growth in the smaller cities. And so where you may not have all the services that you would normally have available to you, you can access them virtually. And so what we have to look at in urban communities is, can the services be built that are not there at, you know, at the current time? So there's many programs that are part of case management for a drug treatment court specific program. Criminal and addictive thinking, one of the biggest aspects, you know, of dealing with that, the addiction behind the crimes, but also many, especially longstanding offenders, often it is about being addicted to the criminal lifestyle and addressing those specific programs. So we have found that virtually many of these programs can be run by people in other cities. Treatment does not have to happen, especially residential treatment does not have to happen in your community, in the local community. It can happen in other cities. We will send people to treatment centers outside of their community, because while they are in residential treatment, the whole idea is you want them to focus on their recovery and focus on establishing that platform, then bringing them back into the community where they are attending court weekly, doing their probation updates, doing their case management updates, and following their programs, and expanding on that in the community. Some of the issues that can be relevant, and thus, you know, we have to be a little bit creative about how we do this, is participants who get into a drug treatment court program will often come in with a lot of street debt. And so they'll have this street debt as a result, of course, being in the drug world, and in a smaller city that creates a lot more risk. There's more issues around that because everyone knows everyone. So we're learning to look at what is going to work best for someone in a smaller community. For many of them, the pressures and influences, once they do get into recovery, graduate from the drug court program, and they want to get on with life, for some it's very difficult because they've been so entrenched in the drug community. And helping them to look at, do you want to relocate to another city? How do you want your life to look as you're going forward in recovery? And keeping in mind that in your community is also, could be your neighbor down the street who was your drug dealer. And there's just so many aspects that we are finding we need to address and we need to look at. Another thing is limited recovery housing in the smaller cities. That can often be an issue. And we're finding even they're becoming more creative, where we've had one manager who approached a local real estate agent and said, you know, someone that is willing to rent out rooms, has a house, rent out rooms, that to people who are in recovery, and knowing that they're in recovery, they're being supervised, they're being monitored, because there just isn't a lot of standardized recovery housing currently. Now, as the drug courts are opening up in these cities, though, people are starting to step up and go, oh, okay, once they understand what it is, once they understand what's all involved, those avenues are starting to open up a little bit more. But there is other areas, even in the smaller communities. What is great too, we have very strong police presence, you know, whether it's local police, whether it's RCMP, and that really helps with monitoring and supervision. You know, it's everyone knows everyone, so a local police is generally going to know who's involved in drug court, and if they're out and about, monitoring seems to be more accessible in these smaller communities versus in the larger cities. You know, that's not always the option. So there is so many different ways that we can adapt. Fortunately, with the expansion of drug treatment court programs in Alberta, we have a budget aligned for treatment, a budget established, so that if the services are not existing in the community that the participants need, there is a budget that we can have, you know, contract someone locally, a therapist, a psychologist, to offer these services so that they are readily available for the participants. And that is what has really made this work. This whole collaboration has come together beautifully because of that. So that is, you know, there is other things. There's, you know, there are challenges that we face with the courts, but I also think there's a lot more benefits in a larger city because people want to be involved and they see the benefit of this to their community, to having these court programs, having a community agency involved delivering the services. So there's so many benefits that are brought to the table with this. And I don't want to go into a lot more because I know when it comes to the assessments, and when Valerie speaks to that, and Rudy also, the mechanics of the case management, you know, I think they do look the same overall, but there is variances. The beauty of a drug treatment court program and beauty of any specialized court programs is that they're adaptable. And although they are guided by the structure, they're guided by these standards and principles, there is this ability to adapt to meet individual needs. And I'm just a very strong believer in what we're doing and the services that we're delivering. And of course, the outcomes that we're seeing as a result of this are beyond, you know, it's just beyond unbelievable how people's lives are changing as a result of this type of work. So I'm going to leave it at that for now. And we will, you know, we can always come back to this if we need to, but thank you so much for listening. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Grace, for your marvelous presentation. And I invited the participants to send us questions. We will have a moment for question and answer at the end of the three presentation, but please feel free to use the question and answer button on your Zoom screen while the presenters are speaking so that we can coordinate and address the question in the dedicated time. I'm presenting now our second speaker, Valerie Corcoran. She is the coordinator of the Newfoundland and Labrador Drug Treatment Court in the pilot in St. John. In 2018, she was seconded by the Department of Justice and Public Safety in Newfoundland to develop and implement the pilot in St. John's. And now she holds the dual role of being responsible for the expansion of the DTC in other provincial centers. And her expertise in the Justice and Special Treatment Courts were gained through her position with the Newfoundland Legal Aid Commission as Risk Assessment Officer and with the Family Violence Intervention Court. And she's going to elaborate today on the risk assessment. So Valerie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. First of all, I want to probably apologize if in advance. We're going through some inclement weather here in St. John's, and it might play havoc with my power. So if by chance I lose power during my presentation, hopefully we won't, it will be distributed afterwards for everybody to have a look at. And also my mic might pick up some like the snow plows or the high winds, so I have to apologize for that. Other than that, I want to lead into the assessment piece by giving just a little background on our court. We are relatively new in comparison to most federally funded drug treatment courts, in that we were established in 2018 and took our first participants in 2019. And we average about 10 active participants at any given time. As Grace talked about, and Rudy will talk about, and actually most of the presentations in the last couple of days, we all have some very common threads and common ideas that are weaving together, which I'm really happy to hear. So you'll hear me talk about some things you might have heard yesterday, some of the things that Grace has said, some of the things that Rudy might say, but it is kind of part and parcel, I think, to all the work that we do. So as Grace said, we are bound by standards, and one of them is we have to have an interdisciplinary team. And we have a relatively small team, I think. We have our judge, who is also he's the lead judge in our mental health court, but he's also the chair of our team. We have federal and provincial crowns, and we have one of each, and they are the sole assigned crowns to our court. So we don't have rotating crowns coming through. We have 2 legal aid defense counsel who represent everybody who's in the court. Same thing, same lawyers for everybody. And then we have drug treatment court services, and that's myself as the coordinator and the risk assessment person, and our addiction specialist who does our treatment intervention and the majority of our case management. So one of the things that we have been able to adapt from other courts and watching the development is we implemented harm reduction and trauma-informed practices into as much as we can in our court. So both of us in drug treatment court services are trained in both, and all of our team are either educated in or exposed to or trained in harm reduction and trauma-informed principles. So to give an example of that, of how we've done it, we have 2 major ones that we implemented. The first is we do have a process where abstinence isn't the only goal, that people have the goal of improved health, reduced drug use to enhance community stability, and not necessarily having to meet all the criteria for graduation. They can complete the court and be sentenced with the goals that they have set. The other, and it's one that I brought in right when we were doing it, because we do our own drug screening, is we don't do observed screening. So that we've worked our processes and protocols around that, but it's a harm reduction and trauma-informed practice around our drug screening that we implemented from the start. So as our team, so sometimes you might hear me talk about our team and drug treatment court services. So our team is referencing our court team, and drug treatment court services is our treatment team. So everyone on our team individually in their respective roles and collectively as the team are responsible for the case management of our participants. So that kind of, it will play out as I get further in on how we do that. But our drug treatment court services team, our primary responsibility is the assessment, treatment, case management, and referral and connection to our other community resources. I wanted to get into the screening assessments. I don't recommend assessments. I don't pick. I don't say choose this one over that one. I'm going to go through the ones that we use, and we drew on the recommendation that we use a risk need responsivity factor assessments as our screening for eligibility into the court, and also to give us an idea of the needs that people are bringing into the court. So we use 2. We use the LSCMI. Some people may know the language around that, but it's the level of service case management inventory, and the drug abuse screening test, or the DAST. The DAST is a really quick screening inventory of a person's drug use, the types of drug they're using, how long they're using, the interference with their general daily living. And we're using it generally just to gather a picture of what's going on in a person's life. So it's basically an overview of their current and past drug use, as well as their attempts at or what types of intervention they have participated in the past. It helps guide our case management, but it also gives us a picture of how long a person has been involved in drug use and how much it's interfering currently. The LSCMI is from people who don't know it, is from the level of service assessment instruments. They were developed and widely used in correction, but developed by doctors Don Andrews, James Bonta, and Stephen Warmuth. And they're based on the 3 principles of risk, need, responsivity. And I've kind of oversimplified it to say risk is basically the determining the likelihood based on a number of factors that a person will continue to be involved in the criminal justice system. So it's and the recommendation then is you match the level of intervention to the level of risk. So simply, you don't put people who are low risk into high intensity programming, and you don't put high intensity or high need individuals in low intensity programs. Neither one of them meet the needs of the individual. The other thing I like about the LSCMI is it starts to paint a picture or draw out the needs and factors that a person brings into the court, both their strengths and the needs that can be addressed while they're attending the program. And that those pieces also lead into what we include in the person's case management plan. And finally, the responsivity piece is the piece that I like most, is you maximize a person's ability to stay in the court or in the program by tailoring their intervention to their individual strengths and needs, their motivation. So, you know, as a person comes into court and we have an idea of where they're and how they're presenting, we tailor how we approach their kind of entrance into the court, what our case management plans and treatment plans would look like, and how they can change over time. Our assessment process, as with most, is done at the beginning, and we do it right from application. So an application is filed in our court, and right away the person enters into the assessment phase. It can be short if the person is able to attend and is able to get through the assessment. It can be an hour-and-a-half meeting, or we can extend it over time depending on the needs of the individual. For us, it's the first opportunity to meet and engage individuals past their appearance in the court, and to develop the rapport and engagement that they need. Because Drug Treatment Court Services does the assessment and then the intervention, it's really that connection starts from the beginning. So we've had occasionally, I don't do much of the counseling, but we've had occasionally where a person during that phase will have developed much more engagement or rapport with me, and I may take them on as a client, whereas our addictions specialist does most of the intervention. So the assessment is really a biopsychosocial, I use the terms, related type interview to gather as much information as we can from the individual. We are not really concerned about accuracy. So if somebody says, I have 10 previous charges, which is part of the assessment, we don't care if it's actually 40 or 3. What we're looking for is the information that they will give us so that we can get a sense of the individual coming in. We try to be as flexible as possible during the assessment, and with the recognition that some of our actively using clients have a lot of difficulty coming into assessments and participating in a lengthy assessment process. So we adjusted accordingly. And the whole idea is to give our team then a picture of the strengths and needs that each individual is bringing into the court. Of equal importance to this, because we tend to talk a lot about, the benefits to the court and reports and assessments and what they can do and what information they can give us, but it's also an opportunity for the applicants to get a better idea of how different a drug treatment court is and how different our approach and our case management is. So it provides an opportunity for them to meet us. We're the consistent, all of us are consistent team right throughout. It's a 12 to 18 month program. So right from the start, they are meeting the people who are going to be in their lives throughout the process. And it allows the relationship building that is really important when we continue on with our treatment and case management. And it also allows us to, at times, address critical issues that are coming in right away. And, I always like to speak by example, but we have one young woman came in who had just found out she was pregnant and she was IV drug using, and we set her up with Suboxone right at assessment. We didn't wait for her to enter the court, make it formal in the case management or anything like that. We did it right away so that one of her issues could be addressed whether or not she came into our court. And the other is quite often we will have people who, we have one individual, I would use him as an example too, whose level of drug use affected he actually thought he had cognitive impairment and he couldn't remember anything. So therefore he wasn't going to be able to participate in the court. So during the assessment, we found out that he was a polysubstance user with such a variety of drugs, we wouldn't know where to start. So we asked him to see if he could reduce some of his drug use through this assessment process so we could get an idea of, was this going to be something that he could do, or was it something that we would have to refer him maybe onto mental health court or some other process? So he agreed to that. We extended his assessment over a number of weeks. He was able to reduce his use, and funnily enough, surprisingly enough to him, his memory improved, his ability to make decisions improved, and we were able to take him into the court and then move him on into the treatment and everything that he wanted to do. So it kind of gave us at the assessment phase for both of them, it gave us an opportunity to engage right away, develop some rapport, and then adjust our processes to the needs of the clients that were coming in. So not surprisingly, given all that, our assessments, whichever one we use a narrative, relaxed approach, conversational gathering of information, and it really lays out for us the complexities of the lives of the individuals who are coming into our court. Grace touched on a number of factors of that. Most, if not all, of our clients are disconnected from all other community resources. They're well known within the justice system for breaches and failure to comply, let alone behavioral issues in court and in institutions. But we have the approach that we take is we're meeting you as you are today. We're not paying attention to your history. The assessment is about what's going on in your life today. And so our priorities coming from assessment into case management is usually like housing, finances, health, and daily living. If we can't get some of that stabilized, the rest of the process is really not going to follow. The next step is helping them to address their drug use. So again, that enhances their community stability, their daily living, their health, and finances. And then we can address the other factors that keep them in connection with the justice system. One of the ones that have come out of that is people who have been shoplifting a lot to support their drug use find that even now that their drug use is reduced or stopped, they're still shoplifting. So then we do a shoplifting program with them. Most of it is helping the clients prioritize through assessment what they want to address in court, in keeping with the drug treatment court guidelines. We don't have somebody coming in who says, I want to go into family counseling to address my children's issues, because that's not the group that we, excuse me for a second, that's not the group that we deal with. So then what we do with our assessments, we present a comprehensive report to the team, because as I said before, our team in court is actually overseeing and supervising the case management of our clients. We address compliance issues, if we want to call them. We address treatment issues. We address housing, finances, all in court and all as a part of our team. So I'll give an example of that. We have a person coming into the court who had an extensive number of fines, And our judge actually presented her the information on how to address her fines, got her the information for the fine program and who to contact, and presented to her in court. For us in drug treatment court services, we might be giving them information on how to get involved with family court if they need to do that. The Crowns are involved in providing, my one Crown provide information on the treatment services in central Newfoundland, because the person might have gone to that program and was a little bit concerned about it, but she had some familiarity with it having come from there. So she presented the information to the person in court. It flows a lot better than I'm making it sound, actually. So while the assessments are necessary and they are, I know they give us the foundation that we need, I always think of, what it must be like for our participants or our clients, our potential clients, coming in and being asked such a wide variety of questions about their lives. They've been through a lot before, so some of them just have the rope, give the answers, don't give a whole lot of detail around it. They know to give information that we might be looking for, that sort of thing. But that's not our purpose really in assessments. That's our secondary purpose. Our first purpose is to get people who are really disconnected from every element and have had negative experiences with most of the services that they have been involved with, to get them in and get them connected. We can always add and change the information from the assessments. So my final line is to remember that. Most people, we've heard that through the last couple of days, that the clients who are coming into, like especially a drug treatment court, are really used to resources turning them away. They're very used to being dismissed from resources, dismissed from other programs, difficulty in court. They're used to all of that. So our assessment process and then our case management process is to also hopefully change that experience for them. So my line of saying, it's not the information that we gather, it's how we gather the information that counts. And then everything else will come from that. Tools you can pick on your own. I keep telling people, when I started the implementation, the research on tools to use was vast. And we just eliminated it down to the things that we needed. So from engagement, from assessment, rapport that develops is actually what will work the best in case management and leads to basically referral on to the other resources and the chances that people will stay engaged in the whole process. So I lead on to Rudy from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valerie. I was about to say that you have a few minutes to wrap it up, but you did it by yourself. So thank you so much for being so respectful of the time allocated. Now we have our last speaker, Ruby Rivera, which is a case manager in the Drug Treatment Court of Ottawa for the last 13 years. And he has worked in outreach as a counselor with street-involved youth and in patient setting under the UNICEF mandate in Central America. And he's going to present today on the mechanics of case management. So Rudy, the floor is yours. You are still muted.
Thank you, Elisa. I always do that. Thanks so much for the opportunity. This has been a great forum for me over the years, and I learned so much. So I'm quite honored to be able to share some of our experience in Ottawa. I think that over the years we've done great work. We have great successes, and we have also had some setbacks. And so I wanted to share some of the experience and give you an idea of more of the hands-on stuff, like very mechanics of case management and what it's involved. And like I said, I'll be speaking about the services and supports today. Hopefully I can do some justice in 15 minutes to what we do. Before I get into that, I just wanted to briefly talk about the goals of case management for us. Focus on three areas. The first area is obviously addressing the substance taking behavior of participants. Most of our clients have been using for many, many years. So for us, that's sort of one of the main focuses. But one of the things we've seen over the years also is that just focusing on substance use for the clientele we serve is not enough. And Valerie was talking a bit about that, and Grace, on how some of the entrenched sort of thinking and behavioral patterns really are at the core of our work, right? And so sort of helping clients navigate through those and come up with new ways of being and new ways of tackling risk and moving away from the maladaptive coping mechanisms. So the second area focuses on criminogenic needs, on a lot of criminal thinking. In my view, I don't think that's for the clientele we serve. The delivery of substance use treatment is enough. It's got to have the two components, and that they have to be level in a way. The clients also address these other behavioral risks and can move on to live better lives. The third area of case management focuses on improving quality of life and increasing, functioning and enhancing sort of areas of life satisfaction that sometimes have been lacking for many, many years. So those are the treatment goals, the primary treatment goals, right? And I'll speak a bit about admission, and Grace has really expanded on that. In the admission process, I just wanted to say that the admission process in our vision needs to be fast and fluid, right? Clients cannot be waiting for weeks for treatment. And that's one of the problems that we had over the years, even with residential treatment. Clients are ready, and when they're ready sometimes, or when they, even if they're not ready, but when they think that they want to try something, we have to be there for them. And what has happened for many, many years is that we refer them to residential treatment because we do intensive outpatient treatment here. Our clients are with us every day, but sometimes we do refer them to residential treatment to increase the intensity a little bit of their treatment, but they end up waiting 3 to 4 months. So in my view, that doesn't really make any sense. So the assessment process is fast. I'm really proud that we come to this point. Ottawa doesn't have a wait list. We don't wait. The moment we get the green light from the legal team, we move fast. The assessment is simple, it's fluid, and it's rapid. And it's within days, we're able to present with a recommendation and move fast on that treatment. The idea is just to potentiate that motivational state. Sometimes it's very basic, right? So we want to sort of build momentum and move fast when they are ready, or when they think they just come into a point where they're ready. So that I just wanted to mention that, and Valerie, I think you articulated that, that very well, and I just wanted to mention that. And then I just wanted to focus and give you an idea of what we've done over the years. Like I said, I think that we've been very successful in many areas, and we have great successes, but also some feedbacks. So all of our clients come with very, very pressing needs. So some of these needs are acute needs. They generally come from sort of custody, although they also come from outside custody. But one thing that is common, they come fairly ill, right? So we moved and at initial stages of drug treatment court in Ottawa, I think that we were fairly proactive in attending to those needs. So what we did is we contracted the services of a nurse practitioner who was on site, and she would come every week to sort of see our clients. We actually had scheduled our releases in a way that they would see her right away. That was very, very, very effective. And I'm presenting this as a sort of a comprehensive model that can really, really make a big difference. The same was the case with mental health issues, right? Because most of many of our clients suffer from concurrent disorders. And they have fallen through the cracks over the years. Some of them don't have diagnosis. Some of them have never really had access to treatment. So we had a psychologist who would consult with the treatment team and who would speed the process of referrals to proper venues of treatment, particularly in the area of mental health, right? So that was a model that was really, really, really effective for us. And unfortunately, and I want to speak about this too, because I'm presenting this as the model. We ran this model for many years, and we had a setback. And that setback basically was the cuts in funding for us. It was very detrimental for us to maintain that model. And now in the present, we had to kind of improvise, and the work is much more difficult because clients have to wait longer periods to really get some help, right? So sometimes just even waiting for a medical checkup that is so necessary at the very early stages of treatment is a challenge. So our life has been more difficult, and obviously it's been way more difficult for our clients. But I did want to mention that because I think it's a model that works, and I've seen it working, right? That involves more resources and responsivity from our sources of funding. So we really tend to these needs because they're really urgent needs. Part of the work that we do, it's very intense work, is to really make sure that we meet the most essential needs of our clients. And many of our clients, they come homeless. They don't have really any basic support. And they come basically to start from scratch. They come from detention sometimes with nothing. So a big challenge for us is just to find housing. And look, at the beginning of the first years of treatment court in Ottawa, we had housing for our clients. We had 3 units. It was a beautiful model because we were contracted the services of these agencies who would give us units on an ongoing basis. And our clients would access these units right away. And that would buy us time to find suitable housing. So let's say our client was admitted yesterday. That client will come to live in one of these 3 residences that we had. And then that will give us time to find long-term housing. It was a beautiful model. And this is another setback that we had because there were cuts in funding that put us in a much more and difficult situations. And now we really have to move fast if we want that admission to be fluid. We have to really, find housing that is suitable. It's imperative need that our clients don't go back to the old places, and if they can have a dignified place to live, well, we have to work on that. So that's a big effort. They also come with a social benefits. work is just to secure their benefits, to reestablish their benefits. Also, we had at some point contracted the detox services because they're really important in early stages of treatment. And we got tired of waiting for a bed to come available. So we contracted the services of a 24 hours bed, and our clients access that bed at any point. We only had to call and request that bed. And that was a model that was really, really effective. And that went also with the cuts on our funding. But those detox services, they need to be there as a part of the, particularly at the early stages of recovery for our clients. In our program, we have access to food bank, and our food bank is run on site. That means our clients access that food bank on site every week, once a week. It's a wonderful resource, and our clients are able to really have basically their food budget met for the week. We're very lucky, and the food bank that they access is fairly generous, I would say, enough to cover their needs for the week. We also have a meal plan on site when our clients come, and this does not apply to the pandemic, although we're still here with our clients because they come to the agency, but it's not running the way it generally runs. Our clients come for their sessions, for the treatment. They come and have the breakfast. They have snacks and they have a lunch because they have group in the afternoon and group in the morning and group in the afternoon, and they need, they cannot be in group with an empty stomach, and it's been a really valuable support. We're not inpatient facility. We're outpatient intensive treatment. So we made this available, right? And we've been creative to really secure the services to our clients. And it's really, really, really important. A part of our programming also focuses on employment counseling and education upgrading. And this is another example in which we hired the services of an agency that specializes in employment skills. They help us to sort of plan particularly phase 2 activities in which our clients are getting out of the regular treatment programming and are moving into, the community, right? And doing their thing in their community and sort of experiencing a sober life out there, facing risk and triggers out there in a safe way. And for that, they need meaningful activities, and employment is a big challenge. They have a criminal record, and that it's not easy sometimes to find an activity that is suitable for phase 2. So this agency has been very instrumental in that process, and the model really, really works, right? So they move in through and they can move in 3 areas, and they help us in those 3 areas, which are volunteering, education, upgrading, and employment. So our clients have access to that. That's an ongoing, as part of the programming. They have a group every week that is actually called Essential Skills, and it's employment, sort of employment counseling and readiness. And just getting prepared for phase 2. Our program also has a permanent social rec program. It's a wonderful program that runs every week. So every Friday, with exception of pandemic time, obviously, because that has not been the case. We run the program every Friday. We go out for movies. We go out to the beach. We go out to the theaters, we go out to the museums. Sometimes we just do simple stuff. And it's a wonderful, wonderful program that brings everybody together and brings counselors and clients together. And it's a tremendous resource. It's aimed at, sort of helping our clients to enjoy recovery and really experience sort of life in recovery and enjoying life, right? I think that in terms of the most significant sort of services that we offer and support systems, that is kind of at the core of what we do. I could talk for hours and hours about what we do. Really, there's so much to what we do. And I don't think that we have the time today. But I think that, if we're not able to have that security blanket for our clients and those support systems in place for them to thrive, this journey is much more difficult, and it's not only for them, but even for us who are always part of that mix, right? So I do believe in investing resources and really stepping up to the plate when it comes to putting things in place for our clients to really succeed in treatment, right? I've seen it for many years. I've seen many people. I still connect with many people who continue to be successful, who are not out there breaking the law, who are not out there, really sort of suffering. And I do believe in this program, and I do believe in really making a difference. I know I don't have much time, but before I go, I just want to leave you with a lighter aspect of case management, and because I met with one of our former clients this week, and he sort of asked me to spread the word. And if I can, I'm not sure if I can, but I played this video of a client who graduated at the beginning of the pandemic. And this is a client who struggled to get sober and struggled with in many aspects, but he found his way out. One of the big challenges for him was to learn to just to have fun, right? And see himself out of that pervasive using cycle and deal with boredom. So he asked me to play this video. I have all the permission, and if I can play that video, I will leave you with that. Just bear with me 1 second.
We are still seeing the PowerPoint, so probably you should close the PowerPoint to pop up the video, Rudy.
Oh, okay, thank you. I don't think it will happen today. Maybe next time I'll be able to play. It's a wonderful video of him actually doing DJing, and it's really funny and it's really amazing, and he's just having fun. And he said, like I was talking to him this week over a cup of coffee outside, and he was saying, tell everybody how well I am doing, and I just wanted to sort of play that video for you today, but it won't happen. My apologies. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Rudy. And I think that in the interest of the time, I'm going to sum up just some of the point. And I think that what you just mentioned, the success of the client, of the participant, is ultimately what motivates us all. So seeing the changes, seeing how functional they have how they can socially reintegrate. I believe that's the measure of the success, and it's also the motor of the motivation between all the hard work. So thank you for highlighting some of the key aspects of the case management that you do. And we see that it's much more comprehensive. It's not just looking at the substance use aspect, but also at all the other needs of the client. And that reconnects on what Valerie was presenting on the importance of the risk assessment and all the tools that we have at our disposal, so that we can fine tune the intervention and address not just the needs, but also the strengths. So every participant is not 100% deficit. They do have strengths they can build upon. So identifying that early on help case manager in tailoring the plan, which is not just the treatment, but is the treatment and service plan, to be as comprehensive as possible and offer the best to the client and accompany them through their recovery journey. And then leads us back to the aspect that Grace was mentioning, the importance of collaboration among the system and having the multi-system, the multi-sector approach where everybody is involved, but there is a level of coordination which is needed to make sure that they are all working in the interest of the client. And she also highlighted some lessons learned from the rural versus the rural setting, and how they can effectively collaborate in the interest of the client and finding way and opportunities either or the community of origin or the new community where the social integration might occur or the treatment might occur, so that they can really be at the top and offering the best to the client. So with this said, I thank you all our panelists so very much. We are just 2 minutes overdue, and I turn back to Dennis for closing this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rubini. And for all our panelists on this session, we are going to lunch now. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Hey, Jennifer, can remind me, am I doing 40 minutes? Is that what I'm doing?
I think we've got 40 minutes set aside for you, yes.
All right, I'm leaving. I'm going to try to leave like 10 minutes for questions that Justice Barnes asked me to do.
Okay, great. I'm looking at your request, looking through your bio here and trying to shrink it down, but it's amazing.
Yeah, well, just do, I hope, do they have the bio too? I hope somewhere on the website or something, I hope.
It will be, it'll be posted on the website
Good.
if
So
it's not already.
I just kind of do like the first paragraph or whatever, the first little
Great.
section, and then tell them it's
That
on.
works.
All right,
Awesome, thank you.
good deal.
So it's 1 o'clock, everyone. We are back, and thank you so much to everyone who continues to join us today on day 3 of our first annual virtual conference. I'm happy to be back with you hosting this afternoon, and very excited to introduce to you Terrance Walton, who you'll see here on the screen. Terrance is the COO for the National Association of Drug Court Professionals and is among the nation's leading experts in providing training and technical assistance regarding addiction, treatment, recovery management, and treatment courts. Prior to being named COO in October 2015, Terrance was the NADCP Chief of Standards. In addition to being responsible for the daily operation of NADCP and planning the national conference, he retains his responsibility for establishing and implementing best practice standards nationwide. Now, Terrance's bio is very impressive and goes on for some time, and I would encourage everyone to take a peek at our website when you get the opportunity to do so. But we'd rather hear from you, Terrance. So let's hear what you have to share with us today. And we will have a Q&A at the end. Hopefully, some of our observers have questions. Please put those in the Q&A box at the bottom of the screen. And without further ado, I turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And well, good day to everyone. It is so good to be joining you today. I'm especially appreciative to the Association of Justice and Treatment Professionals, as well as my good friend, Justice Barnes, and others with the International Association of Treatment Court Professionals. On behalf of NADCP, our CEO, Carson Fox, our Chief of Training and Research, Carolyn Harden, and all of us, it is an honor to join you today. And I'm especially honored to join you to discuss this important issue. This was the issue they asked me to talk about. I didn't have to suggest it. I'm happy to hear that the international drug court world is interested in being sure that we achieve cultural competence and equity and inclusiveness throughout treatment courts internationally, as we're trying to do here in the United States. I want to be frank and honest about some of the challenges that we face in US drug courts, or at least in some US drug courts, some US treatment courts, and then hopefully give you some practical suggestions on how you can ensure equity, inclusion, and cultural competent treatment and services and other practices wherever your treatment court exists. So I don't have a lot of time, and I almost never have time for questions, but I promised Justice Barnes I would today, so let me get started. Much of what I'll talk about there, or at least some of what I'll talk about today, is a summary of what is contained in the adult drug court best practice standards that are available at allrise.org or nadcp.org. Just Google standards. Volumes 1 and volume 2 of the standards are there. They're both in English and in Spanish. And the second standard, the very first standard, is target population, which is all about being sure that we are reserving treatment courts for the right population. The second standard, there are 10 standards. The second standard is equity and inclusion. And that is because we've recognized through our own research, our own surveys, that while treatment courts have existed for 30 years in the US, and treatment courts are viewed as a benefit, as something you want people to get in because it helps them and reduces their penalty, their criminal justice penalty usually, that we have found there have been some inequities in US drug courts, and we'll talk about that. And so there's sort of three big, 2 or 3 big points in this particular standard, the standard on equity and inclusion, that I want to mention today. I mention it because I believe these things matter across the board.
drug courts across the globe, I believe, ought to be concerned and paying attention to these issues. First of all, it indicates that because treatment courts are a court, but they're also a court of opportunity, that if a treatment court is structured properly within the justice system, then people who are involved in drug court get some favorable outcome. Perhaps if it's a pretrial court, perhaps they may have charges dismissed, or perhaps they were charged as a felony and they reduced down to a misdemeanor, or perhaps they avoid incarceration when they might have otherwise been sentenced to detention, or perhaps they have less probation. One way or the other, one of the elements of treatment courts is it provides some positive, favorable justice system related benefit. It also gives people access to treatment in ways that they might not get it outside of a treatment court setting. So for that reason, we want people who need drug court, who are in the justice system, primarily because of substance use issues or mental health issues, we want them to be able to get into drug court, or at least have an equal opportunity as everyone else. And so one of the first elements in this standard is that we want to ensure equal opportunity for everyone to participate and succeed in treatment court, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, or other factors that we can measure. It goes on to indicate that we need to be taking affirmative steps. We need to be affirmative and assertive in being sure we are detecting and correcting any disparity, whether it be disproportionate census that I'll talk about, inequitable services or other practices that I'll talk about, or if we find that people are having various different outcomes, some are more successful than others based on race, ethnicity, gender, or other factors. We focus primarily on those in the US who have historically faced individual and systemic racism and discrimination. We focus on those groups. I'll talk to you about some of those groups. They won't be news to you. And wherever you are, we want you to be thinking about in your own countries, in your own communities, what are the groups who might be able to get into a drug court or who could benefit from a drug court? What are the groups that overall tend to face discrimination? I don't know any country on earth where that doesn't happen, where there isn't some group that historically has faced systemic discrimination. That's just part of life, I suppose. So we encourage, whether it be in the US or elsewhere, treatment courts to consider their populations that are most likely to face discrimination based on previous practice. And also it indicates that at any rate, whatever else is happening, the teams, drug court teams, treatment court teams, therapeutic courts become responsive, become aware of, and respond to the cultural differences within their populations. The last point, I think, is sort of an overall point, and that is that last bullet you see there. That individuals, that the judge, the coordinator, those who are really in charge of the treatment court, in charge of the therapeutic court, or any court for that matter, that these individuals in charge, and therefore the whole team, have an affirmative obligation to know that not knowing whether you have any disparities, not knowing whether there are inequities in who gets into your court or into your therapeutic court, or what happens to them when they get in treatment court, or how well they do in terms of succeeding or not succeeding. If you don't know whether there's differences, that in itself is a problem. The first step to complying with this important standard, which, folks, I consider an international standard for treatment courts, you have to know whether you have a problem or not. And we're going to offer you some very specific and practical tools so that you can know. You can't begin to address if you don't know if you have issues. So nothing on this list will be a surprise to you. These are the the list that in the US and frankly, many other parts of the globe have faced historical and systemic discrimination. In the US, Native Americans, those of us like me who are descendants of enslaved people, people like me with darker complexions, women, discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, discrimination based on immigration or refugee or asylum seeking status, the poor, discrimination that sometimes impacts people who are incarcerated or who have been incarcerated, former offenders, and those who are living with addiction, especially to certain substances. This is the list we have gathered based on what we see in this country. We encourage everyone represented in this important meeting today to pay attention to your own community, your own country, and determine which are the groups that are within the pool of people who might benefit from our therapeutic court, and which of those groups, which of those populations have historically faced discrimination. And those are the ones you want to focus on to be sure they're getting into your court, getting into your program, or at least have an equal opportunity to get into it. When you look at the numbers, as well as that they are doing, that the services they're receiving, the treatment they're receiving is equivalent to everyone else, and that their outcomes are similar, equitable with others. I don't have to explain much about race and ethnicity, but I'll say a little bit about it. But we understand that often when we refer to race, that's about really biological characteristics that are sort of observable by most people. We can't always know by looking at a person what their race is, but the race-based discrimination is really about what are the sort of the biological or genetic characteristics the person has that makes them who they are. Ethnicity is hard to define because ethnicity can occur in various races, and a person can be of the same race, but very different ethnicities. And that's really much more about sociology than it is biology. And we encourage treatment courts to look not just about the racial makeup of their treatment court, but also the ethnic makeup of their treatment court. There's some countries where there isn't a lot of racial diversity, but there might very well be a great deal of ethnicity diversity. And as we'll talk about next, there are definitely cultural differences that may be relevant to your treatment court. Let's talk about that piece, the culture piece. There are certain states in the United States that are primarily that the bulk of the population, greater than 90% or 95% are Caucasians, white Americans. And the people that are getting arrested are primarily Caucasians and white Americans. Those who are being arrested with drug charges are primarily Caucasian and white Americans. And therefore, those who are ending up in treatment courts are primarily Caucasian and white Americans. And so the fact that their program looks very white is not necessarily a problem. And they may think, well, we don't have any diversity, but even if they don't have much racial or ethnic diversity, there is definitely cultural diversity. And you see the things there on the screen, that this is about the community that I'm a part of. It's about the values that I embrace. It's about my belief system and norms, and sometimes the way I look, the way I carry myself. There are cultural differences. It might very well be differences in how in my culture I view professional treatment and helping, how I view the justice system and law enforcement based on my cultural identity and experience. It may be differences in the kind of treatment, the kind of helping that I'll respond to. All of those things are about culture. And there are tools and resources available that can help us to know better the cultural differences within our population. But frankly, my friends, it doesn't matter how much you know. There are people, I'm confident in this meeting today, who are experts in race, ethnicity, and culture. that you have written or could write a textbook on it. But even if you know everything there is to know about race, ethnicity, and culture, you really won't know how best to help the individual in front of you unless you know that individual. Yes, as a part of how we interact with the world, we make some assumptions. That's how the brain works. When we meet someone new, it's not a blank slate. When we meet them, our brain does some shorthand and our brain begins to create some impressions that are based on what we already think we know about people who look, talk, or behave as this person does. That's okay, that's normal. But what's really important is I recognize no matter what my brain is automatically assuming or what I have learned about the race, the individual based on their race, ethnicity, or what appears to be their culture, that even if I know a lot of stuff, I can't assume I know them. You have to know the participant. And so we encourage that early in the process, as we're beginning the process of trying to help the person acclimate and hopefully be successful in the therapeutic court, that we ask ourselves, from the perspective of the participant, what information do you need to know about me? This is the participant now. What information do you need to know about me to better understand why I do what I do and better match interventions to my needs based on my culture, values, attitudes, and behaviors? So I am an addiction professional of more than 3 decades. For all of my professional career, the vast majority of my adult life, I have been involved in the treatment of addiction, either helping people directly who are trying to break free from addiction, or most of my time has been helping people who are helping people break free from addiction. And so I understand addiction well. I know its characteristics, and I understand how addiction presents itself in a person's life. However, I also need to understand the client in front of me, the participant in front of me. How has addiction impacted their life, and what kind of helping, what kind of treatment intervention, what kind of recovery management, what kind of peer support, what kind of other activities might be most likely to help this individual. And part of that is determining what matters most to them, what it is about their life today, their life battling addiction and justice system involvement, what about it they most dislike? And how would they most like their life to be different? I hope you're getting the point here. Learn all cultural competence is, yes, about learning all you can, sort of generally about the racial groups, ethnic groups, and various cultures that might be in front of you. That's just good baseline knowledge. But I have a good friend, a psychologist, he is a psychologist as well as a professor, who is an expert in this area, and he talks about cultural humility. Cultural humility. And he says that means that no matter how much I know about culture, and he has spent his whole career understanding culture, I must be humble in recognizing that I really don't understand the culture of the person in front of me unless I am listening to them. And so we have some very specific suggestions that somehow as a part of your intake process or as a part of your initial treatment planning or your initial case planning, that you ask questions that sound something like this. We know you have a lot of stuff you have to ask. You have to get demographics and all kinds of information, and you're doing drug histories, you have to do all that. We encourage that at some point early in the process, you complete a brief cultural awareness interview that has questions like you see there. Word it the way you word it or articulate it the way you would do so. Use language that makes sense to your population. But here's the essence of what you want to get. For instance, tell me about your racial, ethnic, religious background, or whatever, and share something about the commonly held beliefs and values of the people in your community. And then be silent and listen to their answer. Probe and follow up as you need to understand their answer. And then you want to know, so how are you, in your opinion? And good, and they can't be right or wrong about that. They can't be wrong. This is their experience and their perception. How are you the same as others in your community? And then secondly, how are you different from others in your community? That's a really helpful distinction, because I'm trying to understand their view, kind of what, the cultural group they associate with. And then, as is often the case, there'll be lots of things that they say, yeah, my community is a lot like me. I'm a lot like my community. But there also will be differences. They say, well, yeah, this is true for most, but not true for me. That's an important distinction as you try to get to know the person in front of you. And then this last question, however you term it, is especially important. If you were placed within the drug court system, or if they're already there, now that you are here as a part of this therapeutic court, what two things would help us deliver better, effective services to you? We've tested this in US treatment courts and seen this make a significant difference in teams trying to determine how best to meet the cultural needs of the people in front of them. So, what equity and inclusion problems exist in US drug courts? We've published on this, as well as others. There's a couple big things. Sometimes it is about that, certain people from groups that who have historically faced discrimination, like African Americans like myself, or people of Hispanic descent, men especially of Hispanic descent, sometimes haven't gotten into treatment courts at the same rate as others. And again, unlike most parts of the justice system, getting into drug court is a benefit. In the US, at least, much of what you heard and know about justice reform is about getting people out of the justice system, getting them out of jails and prisons, off of probation. And that's a great thing. But for those who are in the system already, and who are in the justice system because of drug use, and without good treatment and the other services within a drug court, they're going to stay in the justice system. They're going to stay locked up in this revolving door. For those people, you want to give them a drug court type option, or some other kind of therapeutic jurisprudence or restorative justice option. You want that for them. And so we have noted that, not true in every drug court in the US, thank goodness, but in far too many, that the rates at which African Americans and Hispanic males get into drug court is less than others in the same population. The stat you see there is on average, and there are some drug courts this doesn't happen, this is not the case, but on average, that about 50% of drug arrestees are African American, yet only 35% of those who get into treatment court are African American. That's a disparity. You'd want to see it closer to 50-50. It's not just about who would get into a treatment court, but it's also about what happens to them once they get in. That we don't have as much good research on whether this occurs. We do have some indication that the quality or extent of treatment services that are received are different based on race, ethnicity, or gender. In some cases, again, we don't know this is the case, but we also encourage programs to be sure they are not sanctioning certain groups more severely than others. So looking at all the services they receive, as well as incentives and sanctions, to compare to see that things are being done equitably is a best practice. And then finally, what happens at the end? Like, what are the success rates? Who's completing the program successfully? Comparing by race, ethnicity, gender, or other factors that you can observe or ascertain. What's the difference in completion rates? And then what happens following completion? those who do not complete successfully, what is their penalty comparatively, comparing their consequences for not completing to others of a different race or ethnicity? Those who succeed, what is the benefit comparatively? And you really ought to see equity. You ought to see that people who have a similar outcome have a similar consequence. So we've talked about access. I don't have a lot of time to elaborate on that, but you can look at this on your own. The one point I want to make is that when it comes to people not getting into treatment court who should be there, it is rarely on purpose. It is rarely the intent of anyone to exclude people based on race, ethnicity, or gender. That's rare. But that kind of doesn't matter. No matter what the intent is, if the impact is that certain people are not getting in as they should, that's still a problem. So it's good to know it wasn't on purpose, but that doesn't really matter. What most matters is the impact, regardless of what the intent was. And so we encourage programs to look at issues that may be a barrier to program entry. Do we have people running all over the place? Do our programs require them to go here and there and there and there? And yet they may not have the transportation to do so. That can be a barrier. That can cause a defense attorney or a participant to decide, oh, I can't try this program because I can't do all that. Are the fees too high? Are we discriminating against the poor because we charge too much? We have requirements that they, that they be without substances for 90 days before they get in the program. Well, if we do that, we're very likely discriminating against people who are living with addiction, who may be unable to do that. That's why they need the program. We require they have stable housing. They be a resident here. I know we have to contact them, but this discriminates potentially against individuals who are poor and don't have secure housing. It may be that there is something in our eligibility criteria that is unnecessarily prohibiting certain people from getting in. Now, let me be clear. Drug courts should not take every charge and every conviction. That as a general rule, with very few exceptions, treatment courts do not accept, for instance, people who are convicted of sex offenses. We generally do not accept people who have committed or been convicted of very serious crimes where there is a victim, unless we have agreement from the victim. But other than that, drug courts in the US, research has shown, people charged with serious crimes, even some violent crimes, do just as well or better as everyone else. So we encourage programs to look at your eligibility criteria, look at your legal disqualifiers, and be sure you have a reason for that to be there. Because sometimes that can be the issue. In the US court in particular, some courts automatically exclude anyone who is charged with drug trafficking, even if it's low-level trafficking done only to support their own use or the use of those closest to them. Those people, that drug trafficking may be driven by addiction, not by a criminal mindset. And so unless there is a legal or other reason for them to be excluded, accepting those individuals might be exactly what they need. And in the US courts, many young Black males were excluded from treatment courts because they had trafficking charges. They weren't big kingpins. They weren't major drug dealers. They were low-level dealers dealing to support their own addiction and the addiction of those closest to them. So the bottom line is review your eligibility criteria to be sure that to the extent possible, it doesn't restrict access. Now, if there's a public safety reason or other reason why that has to be in place, then so be it, but be sure that's the case. And if you're using a risk assessment tool, and I hope you are, that you be sure that test has been validated on a population that looks like yours. We talked a little bit already about equivalent outcomes, and that simply means that we can't, we want people to be successful, but part of what we know about success is we can't pretend that people aren't different. We can't say, oh, well, I don't see color. Well, that's probably a problem. because sometimes helping the person, we need to see color, we need to see race, we need to learn their culture, because that might influence how we help them. We need to be aware of our biases, the things our brain automatically assumes about certain people. None of us are immune to that. That is part of how our brain works efficiently. We make a certain set of assumptions. Be aware of those if you can, so you ensure they're not getting in the way of your decisions. And also be aware that whether we like it or not, we have implicit biases as well. Biases that are that we're not aware of. But you may want to try this test if you haven't. This is a test out of Harvard University in the New England states here in the US that is designed to help identify implicit bias that any of us might have about race, gender, age, or sexual orientation. I've taken this myself more than once and been surprised by the results. That's helped me be aware of the biases I have that I'm not fully aware of. Finally, my friends, there's some things you can do. You can look at some of these slides on your own that can help to reduce disparities in outcomes. You want to be sure as much as possible that some people on the treatment court team look like and share the same community, come from the same community as the people that you are treating and servicing. That we want to deliver as best we can culturally competent treatment services. That we want to be sure that as much as possible, we're sending people to treatment and other services that are close to the communities where they live. Because distance to treatment can be a barrier. Research has shown that. That we offer services for the family, for certain cultural groups, you're not going to be able to treat them at all if you don't involve the family, including their need for childcare while they're receiving treatment. Research in the US courts have shown that if a defense attorney is actively involved in the drug court, the person does better. The recidivism goes down. Active involvement of a defense attorney, providing services to help people find and keep jobs, and so on and so on. I encourage you to look at these resources on your own. This is a journal that we produced. Our first edition of the Advancing Justice Journal is on this topic. Please look at those resources on your own. Go to allrise.org. Go to allrise.org. Can you see that? Allrise.org and search Advancing Justice and you'll see the journal. We also have other resources that are available to you. I put links in your handouts. This is a series of resources on cultural competence developed by the U.S. Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, specifically for those who are delivering treatment services. Most, perhaps maybe most importantly, the NADCP has produced a suite of resources to help you ensure equity and inclusion in your therapeutic court. We have a toolkit. We have an assessment tool, which is a Excel spreadsheet that is pre-formulated so that you can track who's coming into your program versus who should be, and many other variables so you can determine if you have a disparity. Again, not knowing whether you have a problem is a problem in and of itself. There are many other resources in that toolkit. I've given you a link to that in your handouts. My friends, I hope some of you can join us next year for the NADCP National Conference, RISE 22. It's going to be an amazing conference. We're going to add an international track this year. There may also be a Spanish track. We're still working on that with our friends at OAS, but I hope that you can join us for that. And if you'd like to present something, shoot me an email at twalton@allrise.org, twalton@allrise.org, and I'll be glad to consider that. Thank you so much. And we have a few minutes for a couple questions.
Thank you so much, Terrance. Once again, everyone, I've opened up the Q&A is open, I should say, in case anyone has a question. While we're waiting, there was one question that came to my mind while you were presenting. You were sharing with us some suggestions on how to have that opening conversation with a client to learn about where they come from and who they are. My question is, so I come from the justice side of things. I'm one of what equivalent to the US would be an ADA. So I'm a crown up here in Canada. And I guess a lot of people who come through our doors, they have a lot of experience with the justice system, are oftentimes skeptical and guarded, understandably so.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to have those initial conversations with those people, how, or do you have any suggestions, and even how do you break down those understandable barriers before you can even have those conversations?
That's a really good question. And part of it is the way you just began. It's acknowledging to the person in front of you that, hey, you know, you don't know me yet fully, and acknowledging that there's trust issues. And then assuring them that, you know, you're interested in knowing how best to help them, that we can do different things in this program based on what you need. Part of how drug court has to work is sort of this building of a therapeutic rapport. Now, in some cases, the judge may not be the first person to establish that. In some cases, this initial conversation is with the treatment person or case manager. But I've seen judges, especially as a program, as the person progresses, absolutely address these issues and get, you know, and get participants who are willing to respond. But I have found that one of the best ways to break down those barriers is to acknowledge that they exist, and to encourage, let the person know they don't have to say anything they don't want to say. You're only interested in hearing from them and what matters to them. And because that in itself is very likely a question they've never heard from anyone involved with the justice system. That in itself, the fact they're not just being asked to confirm their address and all this stuff, they're being asked about them. That in itself sets a tone and establishes a rapport and builds trust. So it's a great question, and I encourage people to try it and see what works.
Thank you. That does sound really helpful.
Yeah.
I think one of the other questions that I was thinking of, so I'm not familiar with the number of treatment courts that there are in the states, state by state or city by city or whatever, but have you found throughout your years and years working in this field that there is a discrepancy between treatment courts that are available in certain parts of the country that perhaps do or do not reflect their the demographics of the particular population? So like, yeah, maybe I'll just stop there and see if that question makes sense.
It does, and it's interesting. So it was just of that, but in some cases, what we found is somewhat surprising. I don't know how familiar some of you are with the sort of the demographics and the regional differences in the U.S. But when we began looking and surveying, when researchers surveyed this issue in treatment courts, we sort of had sort of a working hypothesis that we'd see great disparities in the southern part of the U.S. That part of the country, the southern states, where frankly, there's been a significant history of discrimination and systemic racism. It's happened elsewhere as well, but we expected that. But in treatment courts, we didn't see that as much. That in the southern courts, we actually saw that the proportion of people of color who get into drug court are pretty equivalent with those who are in the justice system with drug issues. So, but in some of the other states, the larger urban areas, that's where we saw some more disparity, which was surprising to us. So yes, but probably a good, your question, Jennifer, allows me to point out something which is really important. And that is that one of the reasons why we encourage programs to gather your data. Don't be afraid to study this, because you might find you have a problem. You might find, well, we're doing okay. And the good thing about relying on data as much as you can get it is you don't have to get into the discussions about, well, whether we think systemically racism still happens and whether broadly this is all still true. We're talking about your program and your community. And we have found in the US courts, teams that were initially uncomfortable with this discussion, when the focus is, we're gonna help you look at your data, and then you draw conclusions based on that. It is really overcome barriers and opened up minds to making changes. So I'm so interested in seeing much more international research on this. I'd love to know more about the disparities that exist internationally, so we can work with the partners who are part of this conference and others to try and address those.
Jennifer, can I ask a quick question? I know we don't
Of
have
course.
time. Yeah, okay. Okay, so this is my question. Let's assume I'm a gatekeeper. I'm the guy who is making decisions of people going to my program. I don't have a racist bone in my body. Let's assume I have an open mind. I'm open to all people. Is it possible that some of the criteria I may be using may be unknowingly, to me, affecting people differently? Because in my mind, I think it's the same criteria affecting everybody else. Are there some systemic issues in some of the criteria that we use?
Yeah. Well, I think that's not only possible, I think it's likely actually, that based on our experience in US courts, we have found that looking at eligibility criteria and other requirements, that alone often sometimes is the source of the disparities. Not intended that way, but certain criteria have a harsher impact on some than others. And that is something that many US courts have discovered. We've worked with them, they've identified, oh wow, we have a disparity. As we look at the various options that we've identified, elements of their eligibility criteria which really explain at least one element of that disparity. The example I gave earlier is very common in US courts, that the historical exclusion of anyone with a drug trafficking charge, no matter what level, was automatically excluded. That prevented many young people of color in my city, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia and New York from getting into drug courts until we began to change that. So that's a good reason why, yes, we can explore our biases, that matters too, but start by looking at your criteria and your data and let that guide you. Excellent question. Thank you for asking it.
Well, thank you so very much. That was really helpful, eye-opening, informative, and we really appreciate your time and your expertise in this field. It's been a pleasure listening to you and meeting you. And I'm sure, and I hope that our paths will cross again sometime.
Well, I hope so. Invite me and I'll come back. We'll see you soon. I hope I'll see some of you in Nashville in July. See you guys.
Take care. Be well. All right, so we're now going to move on to our next session. We've got Justice Chamberlain back joining us. We've got Judge Crowshoe, and we have Ronda. Ronda, did you want me to share your last name? I wasn't sure.
Yes, you can share it.
And how would you pronounce it? Dalshaug?
It's Dalshaug. Yeah.
Dalshaug. Okay, let me write that down. Thank you so much. Okay, so by way of introduction, brief indulgence. Okay, so Justice Chamberlain, for those of you who weren't with us this morning, shared with us a deeply moving keynote address, and thank you very much for that. Justice Chamberlain is a member of the Innu Nation. His home community is in central Quebec on the west coast of Lac Saint-Jean. He is a first-generation residential school survivor and was a 60s scoop child. Before his appointment in May of 2019, he was a federal prosecutor in Toronto doing drug and immigration prosecutions and had a specialized practice in restorative justice courts, working in the Drug Treatment Court and the Toronto Gladue Court at Old City Hall since 2003. Previous to his law career, Justice Chamberlain worked in mental health and adult psychiatric crisis intervention in downtown Toronto and worked in an adult drug treatment center in Thunder Bay. He began his work experience in group homes for children and teens with psychiatric and emotional disorders, doing a significant amount of work with the Indigenous community in Thunder Bay and surrounding areas. He has also volunteered in community choirs, the Lawyer Show, and various community-based agencies such as the United Way previous to his appointment. Justice Chamberlain is also lucky to have a wonderful partner of 18 years, and they share 2 wonderful kids. So welcome, Justice Chamberlain. And if I could please introduce Judge Crowshoe, my apologies. Her Honor was born and raised in the Piikani Reserve in southern Alberta. She is proud of her Piikani ancestral roots and carries the Blackfoot name standing alone. She is the first Blackfoot woman to be called to the Alberta bar And in December of 2021, she was the first First Nation woman appointed as a judge to the Provincial Court of Alberta. Upon her appointment, she envisioned herself playing a role in initiatives that involved the judiciary moving towards restorative and reconciliation court processes involving Indigenous people, and she fulfilled that vision when she and other judges of the provincial court, as well as community stakeholders, established the Calgary Indigenous Court in September of 2019, where she sits on a regular basis. Her interest in this area continues with her involvement in other ongoing Indigenous court initiatives. Judge Crowshoe received her Bachelor of Management degree from the University of Lethbridge in 1989, her Bachelor of Laws degree from UBC in 1992, and became a member of the Alberta Bar in 1994. Her legal career focused largely on providing counsel for First Nation governments and agencies, while her community work included serving on organizations committed to the preservation of Piikani ways of knowing and those furthering youth and education matters. Judge Crowshoe recognizes the significant impact that Blackfoot traditional knowledge keepers have made in her life, and she continues to support their efforts in furthering Blackfoot culture and traditions. Welcome, Judge Crowshoe. And finally, we have Ronda Dalshaug. And let me find your bio here, just one moment. So Ronda has been employed with the Elizabeth Fry Society of Calgary since 2015, previously as the program manager and currently as the, and I don't want to mess this up, could you help me with what the word is, please?
Yes, it's Soxabatabusin and it's Blackfoot for Good Life.
Soxabatabusin?
Batabusin, but
Okay,
that's
thank
why I
you.
wrote case management beside it, so you didn't have to say it.
No, I'd like to try, so thank you very much for that. So she is currently working as the Soxabatabusin coordinator. The Elizabeth Fry Society offers pathways to healing through supports and advocacy for women and marginalized populations who are affected by systemic social issues, which can contribute to criminalization. As well as working with the Elizabeth Fry Society of Calgary, Ronda also is an instructor at Lethbridge College and is currently completing her final year of her Master of Public Safety. Prior to her employment with the Elizabeth Fry Society of Calgary, Ronda worked as a probation officer in both Saskatchewan and Alberta with both youth and adult for 12 years, 8 of these years in a supervisory role. Many of the individuals on Ronda's caseload were residents of First Nation communities. Through her work with probation, the Elizabeth Fry Society, Calgary Indigenous Court, the Soxabatabusin Community Case Management Table, and teachings from elders, Ronda has gained her knowledge regarding Indigenous restorative justice practices. Ronda considers herself as an ally to the Indigenous community and has a passion for promoting the recommendations of Truth and Reconciliation Commission and supporting individuals to address the results of colonialization, such as generational trauma, residential school, substance use, and mental health through restorative justice and traditional ceremonies and supports. So thank you, Ronda, so much for joining us. And to our wonderful panelists, I'll turn it over to you and remind everyone, if you have any questions, please feel free to put them in the Q&A. Thank you so much.
All right. If I remember correctly, I think we agreed that I was going to talk first a little bit about the Toronto Drug Treatment Court. The Toronto Drug Treatment Court, the Toronto Gladue Court. The Gladue Court started back in around 2003, and it really came out of an initiative with Justice Patrick Shepherd, who was one of the founders, speaking with Jonathan Rudin and Ken Roach after a conference where they realized that the Gladue decision had come down and not much seemed to be happening. It didn't seem to be applied, so they decided to start a court informally in Toronto, where folks who would self-identify as Indigenous could come and have bail and sentencing matters addressed.
And so it began really kind of in an ad hoc fashion, and in many fashions, in many ways, it's continued in that way. We have a number of stakeholders involved. Obviously, the federal crown and the provincial crown are partners there. Aboriginal Legal Services, which is an agency that provides a lot of services to the Indigenous folks in the city of Toronto, from case management to counseling to they go do reports and other things. Also provide a great deal of support to the court. And what we began doing is we would have monthly stakeholders meetings, the operations committee, where we would discuss how we would do things. And we began to try and essentially accepting that we were still the white man's court, that wasn't going to change, but we were going to try and make it more comfortable and more respectful of Indigenous folks and Indigenous traditions, as much as to the extent that we could within the court itself. So it was a court where we started, making sure that we address the principles in the Gladue decision, making sure that we address the issue of open representation. And as we began to learn and grow, we also started to adopt some of the different teachings and different learnings within our court as well. So we would do a smudge every day at the beginning of the court, and then throughout the day if anybody requested one. We started sentencing circles about 7-8 years ago, finally getting to the point where we were comfortable enough having matters dealt with in the sentencing circle, as opposed to the traditional form of sentencing, where we had everybody sitting in a circle and everybody would have a voice with respect to talking about the background of the individual who was before the court, the offense itself and what brought them to the court, what they'd been doing since the offense had been committed, and then moving forward, how we could move forward. And then, we would do various go-arounds. We would involve elders, Aboriginal Legal Services. The interesting thing about Toronto is that Toronto doesn't have a particular Indigenous community or Indigenous nation that's connected necessarily to the city of Toronto in ways that other communities might have. So we really are, in many ways, like Toronto's a bit of a multicultural city, is also very much diverse in terms of its Indigenous population. And so we end up kind of either relying on the connections and the systems that people may have within their own community, within their own circles, and or from the resources at Aboriginal Legal Services. The other program that Aboriginal Legal Services has done and did before the Gladue Court started was a community council, which is a group of elders and respected community members who, when charges have been screened by the Crown as appropriate, the charges would be stayed right at the front end, and the individual gets referred to community council, where they would meet with a smaller group, a number of elders or community leaders, and they would talk to them about what is it that brought them to the court, and what is it that their challenges are, and then might give them some tasks, whether it be connecting with the cultural community, addressing addiction issues, addressing housing issues, or any other numbers of issues that they're dealing with, and then have them report back to the community council. And then once they completed those tasks, then they would then be released of any obligation to the community council, but by then already the charges would have been stayed and they were not involved in the criminal courts. So those unfortunately end up dealing with a lot of some of the more minor offenses that we have in the courts, a lot of theft unders, a lot of fail to attend, fail to comply kinds of charges. But we don't have yet a formal process for having a kind of a group participation in dealing with that, other than in the sentencing circle. But at that point, when the individual's already pled guilty before a particular judge, and then it happens at sentencing. So for us, it's really been just trying to make the court a little more comfortable and a little more respectful of folks. And it's those things, those little things, I think, that can make a difference. There's nothing like walking into a court when we know that there's been a smudging, and you can smell the medicines. You can smell the sage or the sweetgrass, and that sends a message to an Indigenous person who's had that, who's relied on that for their own experiences, I think, when they walk into the court and do that. We've also tried to address some of the other issues in the community that we've dealt with. We've had in Toronto, as in many other communities, a significant number of overdoses as well. And so we were doing for a period of time till the pandemic, of course, a honoring ceremonies every season, where we would talk about grief and loss and honor the people that we had lost during a certain period of time. And we didn't limit it to just the folks coming through the court. People were invited to participate and share their experiences of loss and grief as well, and talk about that. And it was led by one of our elders, Dorothy Peters, who's been a significant leader for us in the Toronto Gladue Court. And then the other thing we would do is we would try to also just mark other events, like, over the holidays, we would try and bring food when we could, and have an open house, midday, so that participants and stakeholders, the judges and crowns and lawyers, could come and celebrate and partake of a bit of food and a bit of cheer, and just socialize in a way that isn't just the kind of formal things that we do in court all the time. So I think what we've tried to do is try to come up with a way that, as I keep repeating myself here, that addresses the kinds of needs, but also does so in a respectful way. So that's the kind of things that we've been doing. We're now looking at a new challenge because in Toronto, there are some 5 or 6 different courthouses and that kind of each deal with a region of the city based on the Toronto Police Divisions. But starting in the spring of 2023 or the summer of 2023, we are moving to a centralized courthouse in downtown Toronto, where all of the courthouses are going to be amalgamated into the one location. And there's going to be a Toronto Bail Center at another location where all the bail matters will be dealt with. And so we're now just looking at how we're going to amalgamate, these 5 different Gladue courts that we have in town into one. But we've been really lucky to have partners in the building of that courthouse that has given us 2 designated courts that will now not have a dais. So we're going to be sitting in a circle, and there'll be also ventilated such that we'll be able to do smudging and ceremonies in those courtrooms. And so we're very excited about that. But right now we're just working on how are we going to amalgamate these 5 courts into one and make sure that, coming in, the practices are smooth and there are fewer bumps in the road. So we've just begun that process, but we're very excited about it. There's been some challenges in that too. I think, we've had to address, as we reposition and as we move to the new courthouse, sometimes, stakeholders will reposition and reconsider things. And so they begin then to want to change their practices. And so we've always had, for instance, designated judges and designated crowns in the Gladue courts for the most part, so that there are folks who have experience and who have a commitment to the principles and to making a change within the criminal justice system. And we've had a bit of pushback on some fronts, about whether or not we should have dedicated folks in there, and whether it should be just, a judge is a judge and any judge should sit in there, or any crown may be part of that rotation. So we're having those discussions again, which is in some ways frustrating and unfortunate, but it's part of, I guess, of change that everybody repositions and everybody tries to move forward in a way that they think it works for their own interests. So that's been an interesting challenge, but we're all kind of certainly as a team working together to try and make it a more positive move. And so we're very excited about the new courthouse and how we hope it'll keep moving in a very positive way. So that's a little bit about what we do in Toronto, and I'm anxious to hear about what my colleagues are doing out west. So thank you. Oh, I think you're muted, Justice Crowshoe.
I'm going to switch over to my PowerPoint presentation. So good afternoon, everyone in Ontario. In respect of my discussion will be on the Calgary Indigenous Court. Our court really was established after, in 2018 when we came together, some judges, community stakeholders, our traditional knowledge people, a person who guided the process as well, to determine how we could best, start to look at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and how we can basically translate that into a Indigenous court. So we commenced our meetings and brought all the stakeholders together, and basically that came to fruition in September of 2019. And we opened on September 4th of 2019, and you'll see on the left-hand side as a picture of our traditional knowledge keeper, Leonard Bastine, who also goes by the name of Leonard Weasel Traveler. He's a Blackfoot ceremonialist and who came and basically stood in the stead of our and guided basically the cultural component of our court. So he's a very essential part of those discussions that took place. To the right of him is a retired Judge Eugene Creighton. He was part of the committee as well as myself. We had another judge who basically had that information about Indigenous peoples from the work we've done. And both Judge Creighton and myself are Blackfoot people. We're from two respective First Nations. I'm from Piikani. Judge Creighton was from the Blood Tribe. So we came together with that knowledge along with other members of the judiciary at the time, our Assistant Chief Judge Joanne Durant, as well as our Chief Judge Terry Matchett, to basically all the parties together to start the process of establishing the Indigenous Court. And what our court wanted to do, and again, we're looking to some of the language, used by, the Supreme Court and what we call the Gladue decisions, and what the Supreme Court had basically noted in their decisions, and that's what we wanted to provide was a culturally relevant and restorative and holistic system of justice for Indigenous individuals, including offenders and victims in the community harmed by the offenders' actions. And again, through our healing plan to address their unique challenges and circumstances of those persons who we call participants in our court. And that's how, basically what our vision was at that point in time. This is a picture of the Indigenous court itself, and Fetal, it's we sit at a round table. If you look straight ahead, you're going to see where the judge would sit close where the windows are. The courtroom was basically designed after a ceremonial teepee. And in our ceremonial teepee, directly ahead would be where the ceremonials would sit for the ceremony itself. To the right of the judge would sit the clerk, and to the right of the clerk and closer to the opening would be the participant or the accused person before the court and the prosecutor. On the opposite side, on the left-hand side, you'd have usually it would be the person who's working with our case management table who would sit there to provide the information to the court on each participant before the court. We'd also have our elders sit at the table as well, and then we'd have our the prosecutor, sit at the table as well. In respect of the court, if you look to the ceiling there, it was designed after the, like indicated by a TP. You'll see the metal spokes coming from the center of the ceiling. Those are to depict TP poles in a TP. You'll see the center of it is there's a hole that would represent the hole of the TP. If you look down to the floor, you can see a granite hearth That's where our elder who would come in usually at 8:30 in the morning prior to court to basically light a smudge for everyone who's going to participate in court that day. In respect of our Blackfoot ways, usually our elder provides a smudge, and one smudge really is basically for everyone who's participated in the ceremony itself in the teepee. So we don't usually have different person smudging during the day. We usually have the one smudge in the morning that's really basically for the benefit of everyone in the courtroom for that day. So when you look up to the ceiling again to the where the teepee poles would be, you can see that opening. That's where all the smoke would emanate out of the courtroom. It's also our ventilation system to the courtroom that was put there when the court was established to basically accommodate smudges in the courtroom itself. Around the table itself, you're going to see the different colors. It's also, again, we call the medicine wheel, the colors of different, natural elements of the earth, the sky, the water. And each Indigenous group will have their own interpretation of what those colors mean. When the Indigenous Court was opened, we asked the elder who sat, which was Leonard Bastine, who you see the picture of, and he said, well, his interpretation of the colors, and he said again, each Indigenous group was going to have their own interpretation. He said for Blackfoot people, he said the color black is very significant in our ceremonies, and some of our sacred societies use the color black. So he said if you put all those colors together, that makes the color black. And he said that's why it's, those colors are significant, not only for the colors that they represent, but also when you put all the colors together, what they represent. You can see from the courtroom itself, but there's the display units. In those display units, there's going to be representation from people from the north of Canada, from the southern part of Canada, from eastern Canada to western Canada. So they're all depicted in those display cases. So when a person comes in and is before the court, they're going to see themselves represented in some way in this courtroom by the different artwork, by the different pictures, by the different carvings we have in the courtroom itself. So that's really how our court is set up in respect of a ceremonial teepee. So our function of the court is, we hear bail hearings, our judicial interim release. We also have dispositions that can be a sentencing or the withdrawal of charges. We are trying to move away from the language of a sentence in court because we believe that sentencing is only one component of that court. In some cases, a disposition may mean after a person successfully completes their healing plan that the Crown withdraws the charges. Or, sentencing, could basically be one of the options as well. So we didn't want to limit ourselves only to be a sentence in court. If we're actually, want to be known as a disposition court or a resolution court. Our court sits every Wednesday. So in the morning we have docket matters. We also have bail hearings. In the afternoons we have dispositions. An elder performs a smudge before the court, usually at 8:30. That was pre-COVID. We'd have the elder come in to do a smudge before court. During this, to observe COVID protocols, the elder performs a smudge at his own home on the reserve, and that's basically again to benefit everyone who's going to appear in court that day, but also to keep our elders safe in the community during this COVID period. The elder will also appear by WebEx during COVID times. Pre-COVID, he'd be in the court itself, and he opens our court with the opening prayer. And again, the opening prayer is for the benefit of everyone who's attending court that day, and again addresses, the Indigenous persons, their circumstances before the court. In our Blackfoot language, we don't have a word for crime, and here our elder indicate it was a mistake this person made, in their life, and that's what we're trying to address in court that day, to basically address the mistake that they made in their life. So an elder is very important in respect of, our court and especially the opening court, the court and the smudge and the prayer that's conducted in the court. The court is actually for anyone who identifies as being Indigenous. And again, in Canada, we have, First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other, status, non-status Indigenous people. So it can be anyone who identifies as being Indigenous can have their matters heard in our court. We also can hear matters transferred from other courts in the Calgary court system. So it could be a regular court matter and the Indigenous person wishes to have their matter transferred to our court, and so that matter is transferred in. We can also have a matter that originates in the Calgary jurisdiction, and the person may, or the participant may have other matters that that arise out of Calgary. So it could be one of the First Nations where those communities are located, no matter where that may be in Alberta, and they could have that matter transferred in for basically for a bail hearing or for a resolution of the matter within our court. But the matter respective of a resolution has to arise in the Calgary area at this time. That's the jurisdiction that for the Calgary Indigenous Court. The matters are transferred in are identified as going to the Calgary Indigenous Court by the Calgary City Police, by the Remand Center, by Duty Council, and by the Crown, the Case Management Office, and the Hearing Office. So usually what we call the Case Management Office, when they have a matter that's and the person has identified as being Indigenous, usually it will come into our court as a matter of that identification. In other cases, it can be, the defense counsel can ask that it be transferred in. And again, in other courtrooms, other judges can also determine whether that matter can be transferred and should be transferred into our court. And when I'm talking about Indigenous restorative justice, so first of all, there's throughout Canada, we have different First Nation, Indigenous, groups. And I suspect if you ask each person from any of those communities, what's restorative justice, they're going to have their own idea of what that is. And again, there's no, defined words for restorative justice. In this case, and in the Calgary Indigenous Court, what we call restorative justice is trying to develop a process for our participant before the court to basically address the trauma and other unique circumstances that have affected their life. And that could be from residential schools. It can be from, the effects of colonization. And so we basically direct them when they first appear in our court to go and have the intake and assessment process for a healing plan. And we direct them usually to Elizabeth Fry, who's the coordinating agency at this time for our case management table. Then that healing plan is developed, and the healing plan is going to look and look towards their meeting with the elder, for the elder to determine where this person is in their life, if they're stable enough to have undertake a healing plan, or maybe they need some additional stabilization, like maybe attending a detox facility to address their addictions at that point in time. It may mean they may need 2 elder visits just to determine the status of their current circumstances. Once the elder has met with them, then they're directed into the case management system and are assigned a case monitor. And the plan of the healing plan is to try their best. We don't dictate what they that they have to do this, and there's no breach if they don't fulfill the recommendations of their healing plan. We do expect them to try their best, and usually that is the case. There's times when they're going to come before our court and where they're struggling, and those are the questions that are going to be asked by the judge who's sitting there, or the judge will be notified by the case management coordinator. And so at that point in time, we could direct additional resources to them so that they'll have to have, successful outcomes, whatever challenges that they're having at any particular point in time. Participants may appear several times in our court, and from, I'd say anywhere from, 3 months to a year, they're going to be coming through our court. And each time they come in, we're just asking for a update on their healing plan, because we want to allow the participant time to basically address those areas in their life where they need support. So that could be for counseling, it could be for spiritual and cultural guidance. It can be they're going for treatment. So it just depends on what stage they're at. So we allow them that time to do that. And again, we have dispositions would include, a probation order when the matter is disposed of, which will always include in the development of a healing plan. And defense counsel is very aware that if your matter is in the Indigenous court, we are going to expect that the participant, is committed to development of a healing plan and a continuation of that healing plan, once their matter's been disposed of in our court. So that's really a requirement to be in our court. We're going to expect that the person wants to address the circumstances in their life that will bring them back into, that they heal themselves from whatever their particular circumstances are. So that's part of the process in the court. In our Blackfoot ways, we have, one of the things we do is this is a buffalo. In the buffalo, you're going to see the arrow, that's our lifeline. What we say in our Blackfoot ways is that the kidneys represent balance in their life. So, at different times when a person's in our courtroom, we'll show them the picture and we'll tell them, this is what, is, part of your lifeline. You're trying to restore balance in your life. A healing plan helps them to restore that balance. So once they're successfully and are even on the road to addressing the circumstances in their life where they do need extra supports, they need extra cultural and spiritual guidance, whether those supports are traditional Western forms or whether they're either culturally based, we're trying to have them back into a healthy balance in their life. And so what we, our message to them as well, if you are balanced in your life as an individual, you can probably expect that your family is going to be balanced because you are now coming back into balance in your life. If you're balanced and your family's balanced, then it's likely that your community starts to be balanced because now we have people that are addressing their historical trauma, the effects of colonization through their healing plan. And now they're going to become more productive citizens in their own community within their families. So that's one of the depictions that we show them as they're coming to our court. So so we hear all matters except what we call the 469 offenses. Anything that that arises in the jurisdiction of Calgary, we hear. We hear domestic conflict matters, and that can be whether it's going to be domestic violence or it's going to be violence that occurs within persons that may not know each other. We also do waivers or files from other jurisdictions. Again, usually, well, they have to have a matter that arises in Calgary, but we can bring in other matters, in respect to bail hearings or respect to global resolutions. We have dedicated resources. We have 4 judges who rotate in the Indigenous court, and I heard Justice Chamberlain say that earlier. What we've really noted, for our court is that either you're Indigenous. Usually we have, those that have a lived experience as being Indigenous. We also have those judges who have come in who have that knowledge of Indigenous people and our restorative justice who complement the court. So again, that works best for us. And when we have 4 judges who rotate, we start to and begin to know each and every participant. And I think for a trust factor for a person coming before the court, we want that trust to be in place. And it's like a person coming in, they're going to be more apt to be to tell the judge that they're having, challenging circumstances in their life if they trust them, and to trust that the judge is not going to basically address that with any punitive measures, but really that the judge is going to address any circumstances with extra supports that they may need. So trust begins to be a factor, especially amongst the participants and the judges. We have 2 assigned prosecutors who alternate. They have become very, very familiar with the restorative healing process as well. And that has worked well because they also come to know all the participants in our court. And again, they work, and I want to say they work very effectively to basically realize our vision again of a restorative and healing court, and that's what they're working towards as well. We have 1 assigned duty counsel. She comes from an Indigenous background as well, raised on a First Nations reserve. So she has that perspective, but she's also very attuned to what our vision is for a restorative and healing court, and that's what she works towards as well. We have a case management table, and so that's who the healing plan is completed by, and that's under the coordination of the Elizabeth Froese Society. The case management table, again, they work with each individual person coming before the court, and they will determine what that person's needs are. And then they'll basically bring it into play. If a person has, for instance, FASD, diagnosis, they'll bring supports in for that person through the John Howard Society. If a person has other, addictions issues, then they're going to bring in those services that offer help with those addictions to support that person. So the case management table really, identifies the agencies that work and will work with that person. We also have, elders who are part of the case management table, but we also have elders and traditional knowledge keepers who work and are based out of the different services and agencies in Calgary. So there is a variety of Indigenous elders that a participant can work with, as well as different programs and services offered within the city of Calgary. Again, when a probation order is made, we would include both traditional and developmental forms of sentencing, but again, a healing plan is always part of that. So in addition to possibly a probation order having direction that they attend residential treatment and our counseling, for domestic violence, we would also have a healing plan developed, and they would do that basically with the case management table, who will identify the needs and what services that they need. One of the essential things into our court is our case management table. Our case management table, again, under the coordination of our Elizabeth Froese Society, addresses each individual, and that is through the elders who they meet with, and also through the agencies and services that the case management table offers to that person. They're an essential part of our Indigenous court. The success of our Indigenous court really has been, with the work with the case management table, because they realize on, the vision of the court in respect of healing and restorative measures to address each individual participant. And again, to bring that participant into a healthy balance and, in their life. And again, so if they're healthy, or, their family will be healthy, as well as the community. So our case management table plays an essential role, and Ms. Dalshaug is going to address that in her presentation. We also have a dedicated bail worker who who works with Native Council and Services of Alberta, and they work with the persons in remand. So when there's a bail hearing, they will actually develop a bail release plan with the inmate, for presentation to the court. Native Council and Services of Alberta also offers a dedicated peacemaker to the court. They participate as well. So the peacemaker will address those participants who wish to have their matter addressed through a peacemaking session. That's one consideration the court has in respect of a resolution of the matter is if the person participated in a peacemaking session, and that'll be part of the consideration of the court in cases where peacemaking is appropriate. The Gladue factors, what we call, and again, under IPCOLI and Gladue, what they come to know as Gladue factors, and those are really factors that arise out of historical trauma or the effects of colonization. So those are basically identified as part of the bail release plan. So when that plan is made and a person is released from custody, we don't automatically attach a healing plan to that person's next appearance in court. We basically schedule them to appear at the next sitting of the court, and then we'll ask them at that point in time, do you want to remain in this court to address your matter? If you do, then you will be, and we'll expect you to have a healing plan developed. And so any person whose matters addressed through bail can also participate in the court after their bail hearing has concluded. Again, we have with respect to the involvement of victims, we have Homefront, who works with the domestic violence victims. And so they sit at the table and to ensure that the victims, voice is heard at the case management table. Again, we have peacemaking, which involves domestic and non-domestic matters. We also, we always have, restorative justice principles, again, through our healing plan that's really put in place so that this person has an opportunity to address any of those factors in their life, again, that were, called the Gladue factors. And again, as indicated earlier, the application of, section 7182 of the criminal code to find alternative ways of dealing with a person rather than incarceration. And again, we use the factors presented in Gladue and IPCOLI as well. We again through bail that they're also have the opportunity of coming back to the court or working with the bail worker to develop the bail plan that addresses these areas as well. And these are some examples of the our partners at the table, and that would be Elizabeth Froese, who plays a major role, especially the coordinator of our case management table. The John Howard Society, and again, the John Howard Society does a lot of the work with our FASD participants. Native Counseling, who provides the peacemaker, the bail worker, and on and on. So we have many partners who support the court. We also have many agencies who are not named here who also support the case management table to provide supports to the participant. And that concludes my presentation. I want to ensure I leave room for our time for Ms. Dalshaug to present. So thank you.
Thank you, Judge Crowshoe. I won't take too much time. Judge Crowshoe has mentioned mostly everything that our court does. I'll talk a little bit more just about our table and how we work and how we fit with the Indigenous Court. Our table was actually started in 2016 at the recommendation of the elders we work with our agency. What we were finding is, as some of you in the East may know, and of course anybody from the West knows, the Elizabeth Froese Societies typically work with inmates and people coming out of jail to help them reintegrate back into society. And what we were seeing in Calgary specifically was the overrepresentation of Indigenous offenders that were being arrested and held and sentenced to custody. But also we were noticing, and as was noted in my bio, I used to be the program manager prior to taking on the Indigenous Court and the table full time. We were noticing that we were getting a lot of repeat offenders and repeat clients into our agency. So it was like, okay, what can we do to stop, to reduce this? And a passion of mine has always been the restorative justice. After working at the time that the youth criminal justice system was first coming into play in 2002, within the communities and working within that act and working with youth and working on restorative justice, my executive director had approached our elders and said, we want to do something that's more restorative. We want the clients, and as Judge Crowshoe said, we call participants, because they are a big part of their own healing plans. But we want them to be getting what they need to help them to start to cease all of their involvement, not only in the criminal justice system, but it's a domino effect, working with Child and Family Services and other agencies that were causing and did cause the harm that led to their trauma to begin with. Our elders led us to this table saying that we needed to work as a community. In the Indigenous culture, everything is done in community. And so for years, all of the agencies, and it's like this, I'm sure, in any big center, where the agencies work in silo. And a lot of that reason is because of funding. We're all fighting for funding. We all need funding for our programs to run. We're all nonprofit. And I think this needs to be noted right now too, is we do not, this collaborative table, the case management table, talks about abuse and does not receive any funding federally or provincially. We are ran by other funding mechanisms, which I think is also a bonus working with the courts, because Alberta Justice does not dictate how the table runs. Not that they do. I want to make very clear that we are a very collaborative court. Our 4 judges, our Crown, our duty council, and the table work very closely together. We, even though, as Judge Crowshoe has pointed out, our court sits every Wednesday, our jobs run week long. For instance, on Monday, our table meets. On Tuesday afternoons, I attend our Indigenous court meetings, which include the Crown and any defense who have clients appearing in Indigenous court that week, for us to sort of discuss what's going on with them and have talks outside of the courtroom. That is mainly to save some time in our court, because as I'm sure you can imagine, with the city of 1.5 million people in Calgary, I know that's small compared to Toronto, but we do have a very large urban Indigenous community. And that is where all of our clients are coming. So our docket gets quite full quite fast. But, you know, it's an ongoing thing. And then Wednesday's court, and then Thursdays, you know, we're, as a table, we're starting to meet with more clients. We're doing some new intakes. It's just a continuous process. But I think where I do want to focus a little bit is, like I said, on the table. So we are a table of community resources. Although I am the coordinator, I definitely do not make the decisions at the table. That is made as a table, as well as the participant is a big part of their own healing plan development. So foremost, we have an elder that attends every one of our meetings. She is one of the elders that Elizabeth Fry has sought knowledge and direction from for quite a few years. She sits at our table, but we also have a variety of provincial, municipal, and community agencies. So Calgary City Police, we have an Indigenous police officer who is our Indigenous liaison officer for the Calgary City Police. We have, as Judge mentioned, FASD support workers from John Howard. We have the victims are represented by Homefront, who is our domestic violence victims agency. We have treatment centers. We have 2 Indigenous treatment centers right in the city of Calgary. We have Simon House and Sunrise Treatment. Both of them are represented at the table. We also have other Indigenous programming agencies, such as the Aboriginal Friendship Center, as well as we have probation officers that are dedicated to the Indigenous court, and all of the participants in that court, if they're sentenced to probation, if they're on a Form 11 or have conditions, they are assigned one of these probation officers who attend our meetings. So we work as a very well-oiled group. And when the participant is referred from the court, there is a really short referral process. It's basically the lawyers say, we have a client that wants to participate. We take a look at that client and where their issues lie that have brought them to the court. And we start as a group to decide which agency would be best linked to that person. And so we start to link them to the agencies. And sometimes, you know, it is addictions and they do have to go to treatment first. And I wish I had a lot more time and Judge Crowshoe could help me, but the elders tell us that there is no such thing as addictions either in the Indigenous culture, because the alcohol and addictions never started till colonization. So what had happened was the alcohol was brought in. So there's no real treatment. There's ways of culture that they work with people, but any ceremony or any teachings that people receive, they have to be sober and they have to be spiritually open to receive those teachings. So although we use a lot of cultural practices, we still do incorporate mainstream services and programs as well. Another area where we do this is with mental health. We do need psychologists and psychiatrists to deal with some of the deep-rooted trauma, but also some of the more severe mental health, such as schizophrenia or bipolar. And sometimes they need to be medicated prior to being able to participate, just for everybody's safety, including their own. Once they come to the table, the first step after coming to the table and me introducing them as a new intake is they begin to meet the elders. And the elders, as Judge Crowshoe has said, will provide our recommendations. And this may take 1, 2, 3 visits. It depends on the person. It depends on what the elder is feeling. The elder has to build a rapport with these people. Most of our participants are very institutionalized. They're very used to being a power and control type of environment, whereas we do not operate that, the court or ourselves at all. As Judge Crowshoe said, it's always conversations. You know, if a client's struggling, they come back to court. Even the judge is providing some support and, you know, encouragement to the client. It's not that they're breached right away or they're sent to jail or thrown out of the court. We do everything we can to help that person along their healing journey. But if they're not ready, there are times that they go back to the mainstream court. But we have no limit on how many times somebody can be referred to the table or the court. They keep coming back until they're ready to make their changes. After the elders meet them, after several meetings actually, so we do start to get recommendations, then their healing plan really starts to be developed. And it's based on a lot of things. It's based on mainstream programming. So do they need mental health? How often are they going to see that counselor? You know, they're going to go to treatment, but it also holds the cultural components as well. So the elder will say how many times they feel they need to work with them, what ceremonies they may want them to attend, what Indigenous programming they may want them to participate in as well. And so that's the real beginning of a healing plan. And those healing plans are actually reviewed every 3 months and they're updated. Another thing to note is when their sentencing happens, and that can happen at any stage, that's not the table's discretion. That's not our job. I do not have a law degree. That's why we have the judge and the Crown and the defense. But even after sentencing, even if their charges are withdrawn, the participants are encouraged to continue on their healing journey. The elders tell me that the Indigenous people were born on their red paths. They were born on walking that red path of a healthy journey. And what's happened with colonization is all of these barriers have been thrown onto their path, whether that be addictions, mental health, trauma. And they have to start clearing that path, but they have to continue on that path. It's not a time-sensitive path. It is a journey for life. And what we're trying to do is what the restorative principals have pointed out. We want collaboration. We get that with the courts, with the members, with the clients. Inclusiveness, as Judge Crowshoe has indicated, we have no criteria. I joined the last presentation right at the very end, and when the presenter had said, you know, sometimes our criteria are barriers. That's why we don't have any, other than because we don't do trials and we don't do the serious criminal offenses. That is otherwise the only criteria. Otherwise, all they have to do, they don't have to provide us any proof. They just have to identify as Indigenous. Safety and respect. Safety and respect is given both inside the courtroom as well as at the table. By the participants all feel that they're respected and that they're safe in our environment to talk openly and without fear of punishment. The victims are represented, and they're more than we're more than happy to have them participate in a healing plan themselves. Most domestics that our participants are facing charges on, of course, their partner is Indigenous. Both of them have faced the same traumas. And so why not allow the victim to develop a healing plan and work on their own healing and eventually go to peacemaking together? As well as the community. The community is all of us that sit in the court. So there's a safety and a respect of all aspects, but we also consider community safety. Just because you're in our court does not mean that your charge will be withdrawn, that you'll get probation. You may end up incarcerated, but the elders also tell the participants a part of your healing journey is facing your past, and the past is the charges that you're in front of the court with. We're flexible. We have to be. We're dealing a lot of the times with homeless people. We're dealing a lot of the time with very deep-rooted trauma, mental health, and addictions. And as I said, we will keep taking people back till they're ready to go on their journeys. They are held accountable. They're held accountable because the healing plans, even though the court's expectation is people will participate, we have no legal jurisdiction over them at the table, so we don't handcuff them to their healing plans. We don't, probation doesn't breach them on their healing plans. So they're accountable for not only the consequences of their actions that got them involved in the justice system, but also of participating in their own healing plans. And then finally, it's the transformation. We have been actively running since September 2019, as Judge Crowshoe had pointed out. And unfortunately, COVID hit shortly after we started our court. And so we lost a few people, but we were due to an inability to connect with them. A lot of them don't have phones. A lot of them went back to the nations and were in very isolated areas. But we've had the opportunity and the pleasure to see many of them complete their healing plans or continue on with their journey healthy and not receive any new criminal charges, or if they did, they're farther and fewer between, they're less violent. You know, they may have been a breach for a reason that really we can talk about in the court and deal with. So, you know, we've been in operation a very short time, but we have seen the improvement within our participants. And a lot of them come back to the court to provide how they've been doing, to provide reports to the court, to let us all know they're still doing really well, but also to act as an example for the new participants that we have coming through. Unlike some of the other specialized courts, we do not limit how many we have. So we do not limit at our table either. We could have 300 files active at one time, or we could have 5. It's all dependent on who wants to participate. Another thing I can't emphasize enough, because I said to Judge Crowshoe and our other judges so many times, is, you know, although don't have a law background, I've spent most of my career in a courtroom as a probation officer and then with EFRI as an advocate for our clients. But what I love about our court is the collaboration. And so when we have our Crown meetings and I have to give a bad report on somebody, and it's not a bad report, it's struggles in our Crown meeting with the Crown sitting there as well as the defense. At first, the defense, they weren't too happy about it because they thought that, you know, the Crown was getting information to hold against this person, but that's not at all what our Crown does. And that's not at all what our meetings are for. Our meetings are very informal. The judges are not present, but it's not meant as a disciplinary. It's meant as a healing and as also an opportunity for the Crown and lawyer to say, you know, to put their heads together with us to say, what can we do for this person? So that our table fits in very nicely, but our table is very separate from the court. We were a part, my executive director and myself were a part of the team that developed the Indigenous Court in Calgary. We also work very closely with our, at the time, Assistant Chief Justice Durant and Judge Crowshoe to make sure that the court and the healing plans were melding and we're working well together, and we continuously are making improvements or changing things to make it better for the clients that are attending our court. So I see that I went 5 minutes over, so I will stop there, and thank you so much for having us.
Thank you to all three of our panelists that we've just heard from. It's really important work that you all have been and are still a part of. Thank you so much for sharing your experience and insight with us. We really appreciate your time, and hopefully you can stick around for our next session. If not, all the best to you and keep well. Thank you so much. All right, so we've got a 5-minute break now until 2:50. So stand by and we'll be on with our next panel in about 5 minutes.
Okay, so we are back, and we are now going to wrap up today by talking about where justice and treatment intersect, common themes and practices. I am pleased to be involved in a conversation with colleagues from across the country. Each judge on this panel works in a justice and treatment partnership. And these court and treatment partnerships go by different names. Sometimes treatment courts, therapeutic courts, specialized courts, just in the problem-solving courts, to name a few. And these are courts where there are always multidisciplinary teams teaming up, and they're made up of judges, lawyers, legal aid experts, police and mental health professionals, addiction counselors, and doctors, housing and employment experts, probation officers, psychiatrists, Aboriginal peer support, supporters, social workers, behavioral counselors, researchers, etc., etc. All of those things required to engage in holistic rehabilitation. The composition of the teams may vary. The degree of connection between the parties, the various professionals may vary. Admission criteria may vary. Completion rates and criteria may vary. But all of these things are aimed towards addressing the underlying cause of criminal behavior. Trying to engage in some degree of holistic rehabilitation, reduce recidivism, try to create the general well-being of the individual and society. We have a number of judges from drug treatment courts. And in one line, those drug treatment courts employ all of these multidisciplinary partnerships to address addiction as a primary issue and also other issues. And I want to start with Judge Agro. Now, Judge Agro is, I feel like calling her chief judge, but I'm not going to do that. But she's the main drug treatment court judge in Hamilton. She's been the one and only, and she was one of the founders of that court. And so we are pleased that she can join us. She has a distinguished career, but with her permission, I'm not going to go through it all. But Judge Agro once made a comment. She said, drug addiction is a disease which all too often leads to criminal behavior. The traditional justice system has failed to control drug use because it does not deal with the root causes. And that highlights why we have these type of partnerships. And then Judge Mary Hinds from the Provincial Court of Manitoba. Now I just remembered Judge Agro is from the Ontario Court of Justice. Judge Mary Hinds is from the Provincial Court of Saskatchewan. My brother lives in Saskatchewan. How could I possibly say Manitoba? He's been a judge of the Provincial Court of Saskatchewan for 14 years. 12 of those years, he presided as a designated judge in drug treatment court in both Regina and Moose Jaw. And he's been also presiding in mental health court in Regina. And since 2019, he has been chair of the Saskatchewan Therapeutic Court Oversight Committee. Then there is Judge Groves from the Alberta Provincial Court. She's in Edmonton. Now, Judge Groves has had an interesting career. She's been a prof for 2 years. She was a justice of the peace for 11 years. She was a judge advocate for the British government for 5 years. She practiced law for 9 years, mostly in criminal and family law. She was appointed a judge in May 2010. And right now, in addition to all her other duties, she is the drug treatment court judge for the Edmonton Drug Treatment Court. Then Heather Pringle. Heather Pringle is a drug treatment court judge for a court that is dear to my heart. That is where we began drug treatment court, the Toronto Drug Treatment Court. She was called to the bar in 2001 and following, and then she practiced as criminal defense lawyer. She was actively involved in the Criminal Law Association and on numerous educational panels. In 2017, she was appointed to the Ontario Court of Justice. She presides at Old City Hall, and in April 2021, she became the lead judge of the Toronto Drug Treatment Court. Now, one of the multidisciplinary courts is one of those partnerships is also mental health court. And you can think of using all those partnerships to address mental illness, where mental illness is the primary cause of criminal behavior. But of course, the other things that are dealt with. And so Justice Heather Perkins McVey, she has experience in both parts of the aisle. So she has been working actively with others in 2007 to set up the Ottawa Adult Mental Health Court. And then in May 2008, she was involved in setting up the Ottawa Youth Mental Health Court. She's an expert in collaborative programs involving mental health court and also drug treatment court. She is a judicial representative on the Mental Health Court Committee, and she's actively involved in the Ottawa Drug Treatment Court. Now, Chief Judge Pamela S. Williams. Now, she's a dedicated judge to the Dartmouth Wellness Court. Now, a wellness court is a multidisciplinary team that helps treat issues that bring people in conflict with the law: mental illness, substance abuse, or gambling. They develop a unique plan, monitor individuals' progress and support, and help them with their overall rehabilitative journey. There's a wellness court in Nova Scotia, in Dartmouth, where the chief judge is, Halifax, Sydney, Amherst, Kentville, Port, Hawkesbury, Bridgewater, Wagmatcook First Nation, and there's more that is coming. Now, there's a reason for this, because the person in charge of the provincial court in Nova Scotia is Chief Judge Williams. She was appointed to that position in 2013, and she has demonstrated a foresight for all matters, but also in this particular issue, she's very, very knowledgeable, and I've really cut down her bio, but we are pleased to have her. Now, one of the special courts too is domestic violence, domestic court, and in Calgary, and the domestic violence court recognized the unique characteristics of violence between family members, and those courts emphasize the importance of early and effective intervention in abusive situations in order to increase victim safety and allow for greater chance of offender rehabilitation. These courts will work with social service agencies and workers to provide support services for victims and require offenders to take responsibility for their actions. And not only do they go through legal sanctions, but also through monitoring and counseling. And Justice Michelle Doyle is our expert in that area. Since her appointment in 2016, she has taken assumed judicial lead of the Family Protection Courtroom in an effort to improve efficiency and effectiveness of the community's response to family violence in the city. And in this capacity, she works with several stakeholders to ensure that the justice system is accessible, meaningful, responsive to domestic and family violence and abuse. There are several components of her distinguished career that I've left out because, with her permission, but she's got a distinguished career. In downtown Vancouver, they have there are a lot of health and social issues such as alcoholism, drug addiction and mental illness, homelessness, and poverty. And that's where the downtown community court step comes in. It opened in 2008, and it's a partnership between the court, the Ministry of Justice, social and health service agencies. The goal is to reduce crime, improve public safety, provide integrated justice, health, and social services to offenders in a timely manner while holding them accountable for their actions. and the court includes, and it's a familiar theme, Crown Counsel, defense lawyers, Vancouver police officers, sheriffs, court clerks, probation officers, native court workers, and other health and social service agencies located in or near the court. And Judge Jim Bahen is with us. His bio, he says, I'm from Toronto, but left many years ago for better ski conditions in the West. He said, look, I got my LLB from Toronto in 1983. I was called to the bar in BC in 1985. I was criminal defense counsel in Vancouver from 1985 to 2010. I used to specialize in cases involving psychiatric issues. Appointed Queen's Counsel in 2008. Appointed to Provincial Council of British Columbia in 2010. I've been assigned to the Downtown Community Court since 2017. I'm not sure if Judge Bahen is with us at this moment in time. I know he was going to be in court, but I expect that he will join us if he's not here. So now, let's have a conversation. Justice Agro, you made the comment you made in the paper, press stuff, about the importance of drug treatment courts and so on and so forth. Tell us, what is the structure of the Hamilton DTC and the steering and importance of a steering committee in addition to the pre-court committee? And because I've got a habit of giving you questions that are not related, somehow find a way to tell us if this illustrates the holistic approach to recovery that is used in Hamilton.
Well, thank you. May I thank you first, Kofi, for the introduction. I wondered where you found that quotation. Very good of your research skills. And I thank you for the invitation to participate today. Of all the things that I've done during my legal career and as a judge, most certainly drug treatment court has been the most challenging and the most rewarding. Our court in Hamilton received approval in January 2014. We looked to other jurisdictions for their experience, but we didn't base it on any one particular model, finding that we preferred to structure our court to meet the needs of Hamiltonians within the overarching principles of drug treatment courts and other such courts, such as mental health courts and so on. But we maintain the view that the drug treatment court is a court of law. But it's the method of addressing underlying causes of crime that differs from the usual court of law. And so we based our structure on the principle of restorative justice, favoring a rehabilitative approach to the problem. For context purposes, I think it would be helpful for everyone to understand that in Hamilton, which is a city of approximately 350, 400,000 population, but the best football team in the country, there were 55,000 plus cases over the last 5 years in terms of intake to the provincial court. Of that, 11,000 plus were federal matters, including Cannabis Act, CDSA. So we have, on average, over the last 5 years, about 15% of our intake are CDSA charges. For the first year or so, we operated solely with the pre-court committee, structure that most people are familiar with, but found that structure limited our ability to respond to policy questions and the needs of our participants more broadly, and it was unresponsive to program assessment and evaluation. So in early 2016, we struck a steering committee and formulated a vision statement and a mission statement. The vision statement being, and I apologize for not having this on a PowerPoint, but my computer skills are not up to the task. The vision statement is simply reducing addiction-related crime for a healthier community. The mission statement, justice and treatment work together to provide drug-dependent offenders with a comprehensive rehabilitative program. Through judicially monitored assessment, treatment, and education, our participants improve their well-being, develop relapse prevention skills, and aim to reintegrate as contributing members of our community. So the committee is comprised of representatives from the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, the Provincial Crown, Legal Aid, our service provider case manager, the Canadian Mental Health Association, Probation and Parole, 2 members of the Defense Bar, the Legal Aid, the doctor from the clinic who is responsible for our urine screening, and members of the judiciary. The committee is intended to provide oversight, advice and direction to the court, oversight to provide input to our policies, practices, programming, and day-to-day operations, program development, and implementation of new programs, communication with other community partners, so that we have an ongoing and regular communication between the court and the treatment and delivery aspects of our program, and evaluation. So we've developed protocols and a model for the evaluation of our court. We formed a number of subcommittees to address those main topics, but our approach isn't limited to providing addiction counseling. Very few of our participants are functioning addicts. We've come to recognize that addiction has both physical and emotional components. All of our participants have very lengthy criminal records, often commencing as youth. Many are without housing, and many or most have lost contact with family and have very poor social skills. So in addition to the addiction counseling and adjunct mental health counseling when required, we have specialized counseling for Indigenous offenders. We assist with obtaining health cards and other forms of identification documents. We refer individuals or assist them in finding family physicians, psychiatrists, dentists if required. We liaise with family court lawyers or provide guidance in how to get legal aid if they have outstanding family court issues. We liaise with Children's Aid Society, provide education and retraining opportunities for employment, housing referrals, grief, trauma counseling, social skills development. To address the physical health aspect, we provide memberships to the local YMCA. Pre-pandemic, we were conducting yoga classes that included meditation. At one time, again, pre-pandemic, some cooking classes. We had one young man who was subsisting on, I've forgotten the name of the liquid stuff in a can that you get at the drugstore when you're 80 years old to survive on. In any case, that was his diet. We gave him a cookbook, and every week he had to report on what he was cooking for the week. We also have our participants participate in community service. It's a mandatory part of the program with a view, and we explain it quite simply. The community has invested and is investing in your recovery. We'd like you to pay the community back. Community service is performed at one of the local churches or with Habitat for Humanity and other community service partners that we have. So while in the initial stages, the program focuses on the addiction piece, as recovery improves, things are expanded so that hopefully, when the individual leaves the program, they are able to stand on their own 2 feet and can reach for any other supports that they may need as a functioning but recovering addict in the community. So the steering committee structure has really helped with that because it's an evolution. The court isn't static in the programming isn't static in what we provide, and it's adjusted according to our clientele at any given time.
And I think, well, because I was going to say that I'm pretty sure that those types of holistic interventions will probably, actually not probably, are present in all the different courts in different ways. But that is what I would expect. But anyways, Judge Perkins McVey, did you have a comment? Oh, you're muted.
I think that holistic approach sounds obviously very good, and it's part of all of the fundamentals of our courts. In Ottawa, what we did is we have we have a pre-court team, we have a policy team, and we have a partners meeting on a regular basis. And the partners are other organizations that help us make liaisons for housing. We have a part who attends the partners meeting would be the Elizabeth Froese Society, John Howard, who provide the education piece. We have the Royal Ottawa Mental Health Center, the organization that helps do the drug and mental health assessments, who's the hub in Ottawa. So I'm just saying that we found that to be incredibly helpful. When we needed something in the community, it allowed the drug treatment court team to know who to go to. We had relationships with those people, and it's really allowed us to get a lot more done and to help our clients. It doesn't sound like it's as involved as the steering committee that Justice Agro talking about, but it's been very helpful to us, and it's something that can be easily put together in any community. I just wanted to make that point.
Right. Now, during the course of the 3 days, we've heard about trauma and the impact of trauma and the fact that most trauma-informed approaches are about building trust. So Justice Pringle, I was going to ask you, what are the advantages to the lead judge model? Because the idea is, once you set up these things, why can't you just have judges rotating in and out?
Right. Thank you, Justice Barnes. And let me say, as the new kid on the block here, it's truly an honor to be part of this panel and to be speaking to everyone that's participating by video and listening, perhaps later on a recording. I have, as Justice Barnes said, only been a judge since late 2017, which is really only 4 years. But then when you apply COVID credit, it's the equivalent of 8 years, really, when you add it all up. And my time in drug treatment court is even a little bit shorter because I came in at the beginning of April, and it, from the heart, really just feels like we've been bouncing from crisis to crisis, as many of us have been doing during the pandemic. So it's been interesting times, let's call it that, to assume the helm of the court. As some of you know, and some of you may not know, we have a new Toronto amalgamated courthouse coming in 2022 or 2023. Your guess is as good as mine. And so in a sense, we're starting a new drug treatment court because we're amalgamating all the individual Toronto courthouses into one location. And it's an opportunity, maybe even a blessing of sorts, to begin to rethink how we're shaped and to sort of start some things from scratch. And so in the short time that I've been involved as the lead of the drug treatment court, I've been thinking about questions like Justice Barnes just asked, should it be, one lead judge? How many people should be sitting in drug treatment court? How many days should we be sitting? How can we better structure our physical structure so that it benefits a treatment perspective as opposed to simply a judge sitting on high as an authority figure? And as Justice Barnes says, there is the notion, which has a lot of validity, that, you know, a judge is a judge is a judge, and why not have all of the judges rotate through drug treatment court? And that last question in particular sent me down something of a rabbit hole of research, which has hopefully in turn made me a better drug treatment court judge. And there are a lot of evidence-based practices that underlie the ideal drug treatment court. And when I say the ideal drug treatment court, I mean, of course, a drug treatment court that achieves the goals of client graduation, but also important goals in our society. And so lucky for me, drug treatment courts are actually the subject of more scientific research in the United States than any other judicial activity. There is a wealth of information out there. And that fact, along with most of the other facts I'm going to refer to when I'm talking about this, are from a paper which I had every intention of working up a screen share thing so you could get the site later, and then forgot about it, and now I don't remember how to screen share. So I will put up my email address during the course of this presentation. If anybody wants the site or a copy, I'm happy to provide it. But to summarize some of what I learned, the results of a focused group study using 6 different locations for analysis proved that in every single location, participants indicated that the judge was the most important influence in their success. And knowing as I do, and as everyone on this panel does, that it's actually treatment that's doing all the heavy lifting, but the participants resoundingly linked their success in the program with the individual attention that they received from the judge, and their understanding that their success mattered personally to their judge. Participants indicated that without the relationship with the judge, they would not have felt the need to comply with many of the conditions of the program. And to be clear, I'm not suggesting that judges are of any elevated importance in a drug treatment court, because I am personally of the view that our treatment team is the heart and soul behind our success, and quite clearly the entire court team functions as one. But the participants' perception of the role of the judge in drug treatment court is important to building a successful drug treatment court model. There was one study out of Ohio where 75% of drug treatment court clients said that regular interaction with the judge helped them stay off drugs. Now, that doesn't really answer the question that Justice Barnes asked me, because clearly the judge has an important role from the perception of the participants in drug treatment court, but why one single lead or primary judge? And so if I'm to look at that next, and interestingly, there was a study out of Oregon into a drug treatment court where they flipped the model we typically see. They stopped using a single drug treatment court judge. And over the course of 4 years, used 22 judges and 1 referee. Now, if anyone is going to ask me what the referee does, I have no idea, because I'm pretty sure being a referee is part of my day-to-day job description. Quite frankly, I'm not quite sure what the referee did there, but in any event, they flipped the model. They rotated judges in and out because the judge is a judge is a judge. And what happened? Attendance by participants at drug treatment court sessions dropped, and I quote, sharply, end quote. The participants who appeared before more judges per 100-day periods had a, and again, I quote, increased likelihood of termination, end quote, from drug treatment court. And the participants who saw multiple judges had an increased likelihood of being arrested for non-drug related offenses. Conversely, and the great thing about this paper that I reviewed is it's a summary of many different studies throughout America, but also throughout the world on precisely this topic. Multiple research studies have proven that using a single judge in drug treatment court leads to the participants attending treatment more consistently, a reduced likelihood of being terminated from their drug treatment court, and an increased likelihood of successfully completing the program. But then there's another aspect to it. I don't want to hog too much time, but there is another aspect that I did want to mention here, because as we all know, we're not engaged in the drug treatment court process solely to help individual people beat addictions. That is the means to many different successful ends. Drug treatment courts are also intended and designed to reduce crime in the community and to reduce pressure on our healthcare system. And as we all appear here by Zoom because of a worldwide pandemic, that latter factor is more important than ever. When you, and I know that everyone is cognizant of the opioid crisis. I hope everyone by now is cognizant. Certainly everyone on this call is cognizant of the opiate crisis. But when you take a snapshot of what's going on recently, I only had to turn to the news last week, and in a period of one day, on Wednesday, Toronto paramedics had to respond to 60 overdose calls, meaning they had to provide medical assistance in each of those 60 instances. That was a period of 2 days where there were 108 overdose calls, 3 of which ended in death. So when you think about helping the individual in participant, and that's something we all dearly want to achieve, but you also think of what you are doing to benefit the healthcare system and those paramedics who are responding to 108 overdose calls in the course of 48 hours, where their resources could have been put somewhere else during a worldwide pandemic. So that is one aspect of drug treatment court that is important to accomplish. And the other one is reducing crime in the community. And then when I looked back at that paper, who was from a Judge Brian McKenzie with no A in the MAC, there were some pretty interesting statistics about the lead or the primary judge model as opposed to other models. When one judge is the primary jurist in drug treatment court for 2 years, that ongoing relationship with participants connects to a significant reduction in recidivism, as well as the higher graduation rate. And that second year is pivotal in terms of affecting change on individuals and society. For 1 or 2 examples, one single judge in 1 year reduced recidivism by 8%. And in their second year, they saw recidivism in their participants reduced by 42%. I won't go through all of the statistics, but it was clear as I reviewed all of the materials that when you use the primary or the lead judge model and put that individual in the role for a meaningful period of time, and the recommendation is a period of 2 years, that is meaningfully and significantly linked to reduced recidivism during the second year in drug treatment court. It benefits the drug treatment court participants best. It increases their ability or their ability to graduate from the program and increases their likelihood of success in the program. It reduces our health costs as a result, and it makes the community a safer place to be. So when I look back at the question I had originally started to look into in terms of what our new or sort of new drug treatment court should look like, I could only conclude that the primary judge model is certainly in compliance with all proven best practices, and I don't see why anyone would do it any other way.
All right. Oh, yes. Judge Agro.
Thank you. I think we would all agree with what Heather has said, but when one thinks about it from the perspective of the participant who is being asked upon entry to be honest with everyone, with the service providers, with the court and so on. We cannot expect honesty if there is not a relationship of trust. And the best way to build that relationship of trust, not only with the court, but with service providers and others who participate in a drug treatment court, is to have the consistency in the leaders of the program. I hesitate to call them persons of authority, but from the perspective of the participants, they are persons of authority: the judge, the crowns, the therapists. We go so far as to ensure that not only do we have the same crowns, we have the same duty counsel, we have the same court clerk. The Hamilton court, fortunately, I've now found 2 colleagues who are interested in carrying on after my retirement. It's been difficult up till now. But we have the same bail compliance officers, and that all contributes to the relationship of trust, which will encourage in the participants the honesty we're looking for and form the basis of their recovery, honesty with themselves and honesty with others.
Now, Judge Agro talks about trust, right? And Judge Pringle talks about both Judge Pringle and Judge Agro talked about building trust, building a relationship over a period of time, right? Judge Hinds, I mean, sanctions and incentives. So you build trust with somebody, built a relationship with somebody in the drug treatment court. I understand the incentives part, but now there's also going to be sanctions. What are some of the common sanctions and incentives used in drug treatment court? And actually, let me rephrase, because I've looked at a different question. Why do drug treatment courts use sanctions and incentives? I think you're muted.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Kofi. Sanctions and incentives relate to participant behavior in the drug treatment court. And I always tell new participants as they enter drug treatment court, there are 3 basic rules that you have to follow in addition to your release conditions. But I said you follow these 3 conditions and things will work out quite well. So I say, and picking up on what Judge Agro said, is you have to be honest. That's starting with yourself and the people you deal with at the drug treatment center, your counselor, the probation officer, and so forth. You have to be on time all the time, and you have to try. If you can follow those basic rules, things will go well. And then I usually add a 4th one, which is get along with others, because in our model, our participants go to a treatment center where they're all together at various times during the day. Now, as we all know, during a pre-court meeting, the drug treatment team looks at how each participant is doing during the past week. And a number of things are discussed, including the results of drug testing, attendance at appointments, progression in an addiction treatment, and of course, just general overall behavior. And incentives and sanctions are measures used by the judge in the courtroom after consulting with the team to encourage certain behaviors and to discourage other behaviors. And I just want to make this point that therapeutic adjustments are something different. Those are used by the treatment providers. Now, let's look at incentives for a minute. Incentives are used to increase desirable behaviors. And this is best accomplished through positive reinforcement. In other words, I'm giving you something you want. And I'll give you a few examples. For new participants, I want to focus on behaviors they can achieve soon. Sobriety is not one of those often right away, of course, it takes time. But they can start being honest about what may be in their urine screen or their drug screen, what substances. They can be on time for appointments. That's something they can achieve. Now, later in the program, of course, I expect more, and the team expects more of a participant, such as consistent clean screens and being fully engaged in their recovery. Now, let's talk about then the other side of things is sanctions. And sanctions are used to decrease undesirable behaviors, such as, and usually I might add, it's accomplished by giving you, the participant, something you don't want. And that's usually, for example, if someone is being dishonest about what will be in a urine screen, or not showing up on time for appointments, or not being at all engaged in programming. then of course we apply some sanctions. And I often refer to, and these ideas are not mine, these are Dr. Doug Marlowe's ideas, who I've followed for many years from the United States. And he is just an excellent speaker, and I recommend not only his speaking engagements, but his writings to anyone, because they really have helped guide me. So this is often referred to as this carrot being the incentive, or a sanction being the stick. And of course, incentives and sanctions serve different but complementary functions. And when used together, they produce much better outcomes than when applying just either technique alone. And Dr. Marlowe reminds us, and I'll remind you, that a good rule of thumb is to have equivalent amounts of positive reinforcement and punishment, or sanctions, for the participants. And when I first started off, I thought, well, we must correct this behavior and we must sanction it. And that's maybe your first inclination, but in fact, this population responds so much better to incentives, some sort of reward. It's just, I've seen it over the 12 years I've been involved with this. And it just, now, sometimes I might add, of course, obviously sanctions have to be administered, but it's the combination of the two. And all of this points to reliable monitoring of your participants' behaviors. At the Regina Drug Treatment Court and Moose Jaw Drug Treatment Court, everyone attending the pre-court meeting receives what's called a participant court report regarding each participant's results from the last week. And as I mentioned, attendance, results of drug testing, progress in treatment programming, and then behavioral issues, both positive and negative, are provided in the report. And I just state the obvious, which is if your drug treatment court team does not have accurate information about whether the participants in your program are being compliant or non-compliant, then there's no possible way to apply incentives or sanctions correctly, or to adjust treatment or supervision accordingly. And I'm hoping I'll be asked another question later, which is about common incentives and sanctions, but I just want to end my little talk on two things. With Dr. Marlowe reminds us that in behavior modification, using these incentives and sanctions, timing is everything. So behaviors are more likely to change when responses such as incentives and sanctions are delivered as soon as possible. In other words, if you're having weekly drug treatment court meetings, don't wait 2 weeks, don't wait 3 weeks, do it right away. Some of the incentives and sanctions can be applied, perhaps if you have at a treatment center, but they should be certainly addressed at your weekly drug treatment court meetings. And I guess the last thing I just want to leave on this topic is, Dr. Marlowe reminds us that the most influential factor in behavior modification is certainty. And what he means by that is the more certain participants are that they'll receive incentives for their accomplishments and sanctions for infractions, the more effective your program will be. So it should always, the participants should have a pretty good idea about what sort of things will attract incentives, what sort of things will attract sanctions, and what those might be.
Well,
that's all I have for now.
Yeah, okay. All right, so Judge Hinds has talked about sanctions and incentives and importance of that. And a lot of the thing we've talked about trust amongst the trust between the judge and the participant, and trust amongst with the participant with all the other players. All this stuff looks like in-person things to me. That's the way it sounds. So the pandemic shows up, the world blows up. There's no longer in-person. So Justice Heather McVey, Perkins McVey, how has your DTC adapted to the pandemic?
Well, first of all, I want to say that I agree with everything that's been said so far about the importance of honesty, the importance of sanctions and incentives being transparent, there being some certainty to it. and the importance of the judge-led model. Prior to the pandemic, we did not have a judge-led model in the sense that we had a number of judges that were rotating. It seemed to be at the whim of our LAJ, and that certain judges wanted what they thought was an easy day in court without any reserves. I have been reminding our LAJ of the studies that Heather referred to, and there are studies that have been done in Canada of mental health courts that show the same judge-led approach is fundamental to that trust and to success, however success is monitored. So DTC comes along, I am the judicial lead, and it's a court that's very, very important to me. It's actually fundamental to my well-being to be part of that court. So I wasn't going to let it miss a beat, even if we weren't in court and even if the courts weren't functioning. So we didn't miss a beat. We basically started using a telephone line very early on because that's the best we had. We used a government issued teleconference line. We had our pre-court meetings over Zoom. That was my first time setting up a Zoom account. And it worked initially, and I've thought about this quite a lot. And the reason it worked initially was because we had met in person before. We had those pre-existing relationships before. So this went on for quite a long period of time. And the accused were told off the hop, right at the beginning, that this is court. Because of the pandemic, it's over the telephone, but if somebody doesn't attend, arrangements can be made to have an information brought forward and warrants issued if need be, that they had to treat it like a court and respect everybody like a court. Yes, it's hard, people talk over one another and that kind of thing, and we've certainly been forgiving of that. It's had to adapt over time. And how we've adapted is we now use Zoom. Well, Zoom is better than teleconference line, but it's nowhere close to that in-person type of relationship that's so important. One of the positives is that when people are released into the court, I have always been physically in court. And the accused, since at least last summer, have been in court also. So you do get at least to begin that personal rapport at the outset. But as soon as they leave that court, everything then is on Zoom. We have modified our release conditions to allow accused people to have telephones, except if that privilege has been revoked. Previously, we used a traditional model where many accused who'd been involved in drug trafficking could not have phones. We've had to change that. It has been a challenge to ensure everybody has access to a phone, but we've been able to do that with the help of some of our partners, and that's been really good. One poor guy dropped his phone. He knew how important it was to come to court, so he stopped in at a pharmacy and he asked to use their phone. And after a few minutes, the person, the clerk said, "Sir, you're gonna have to get off the phone." He goes, "Please, please, I'm in drug treatment court." So he handed the phone over to the clerk, and I explained to the clerk how important it was for this fellow to be able to use the phone. And she said, "Absolutely, he can come anytime." Now, that's not a perfect approach, but it just shows how important it was for that accused to be able to be there. So we've adapted. We have had 11 graduations since COVID began. They've been over Zoom. And 3 of those were our early intervention drug treatment court. The other 8 were in our regular court. We still are not operating. We are still operating. We don't have our own court. Our informations are not adjourned week to week. We've been adjourning them en masse, block to block, 6 to 8 weeks, in hopes that we'll get our regular Tuesday full day court back. But with backlog initiatives, it doesn't appear that that may be on the early horizon. We've had to become very creative. And since people have been able to attend personally in court, we have had more and more people attend personally, because all of those relationships that we've talked about sometimes break down over Zoom, and particularly when people are struggling. We have 2 particular people that just don't seem to connect on whether it's Zoom, and some of our participants have to use the phone because they don't have the data to be able to do Zoom itself. But we've had them come to court. And the purpose is so that I can have a conversation. Often the rest of the treatment team is still on Zoom, but it's been very helpful with accused that have been struggling. And once again, I think it reinforces the importance of the relationships. And what's been really helpful is sometimes the Crown and herself, or himself, we have a federal and a provincial Crown, have come in as well, and that also reinforces it. As for sanctions, we weren't doing any bail revocations, which was of course the most serious of all sanctions that are ever used. I did my first bail revocation last week, and I didn't do it lightly. I did it because this fellow had racked up so many infractions over a period of time and was showing a pattern of dishonesty, and quite frankly, he was spiraling out of control. So I said, so-and-so, it's time to hit the reset button. I found it very interesting, the discussion about sanctions and the importance of them, but they can be very, very helpful in holding accused accountable. And that's something else that's sort of integral to the honesty and the transparency of the program. Everyone should be treated relatively the same. Now, of course, some people respond differently to different types of sanctions and incentives. So we have used a lot of house arrest with the full awareness that with everyone on lockdown, we were all under house arrest, it seemed. But that had been what we've used. We've used quite a few letters of reflection and homework assignments driven by the treatment team. When it's been allowable, things like daily attendance at treatment over and above what they would normally be required to do has been helpful in the engagement process. Once again, highlighting that importance of the relationship. It's not just with the judge, it's with the treatment provider, with the other team members as well. And that daily attendance has been good. We've used community service hours. Our treatment provider has the cleanest parking lot, garbage free of any place in the city of Ottawa, I'm sure. And I'm confident that there are chairs that have been not only put together, but they've been taken apart and put back together so that we've been able to give some community service hours to some of our participants. We give lots of praise and encouragement. I think the balance of praise and encouragement is so important. You know, nothing in COVID has stopped us from giving praise. I always try to ensure I find something positive, even if it's a bad week. As I've said, sometimes just showing up, coming to court and knowing you're going to be sanctioned is a huge positive, because that shows that accountability and is very important. We've assigned other people to go to extra NA meetings, which of course are being done over Zoom. We've had somebody sorting books in the drug treatment court library. We've had to be quite creative. We had one fellow who's very interested in astronomy and has a very low self-esteem. Doesn't feel confident in himself or even talking, but he loves astronomy. So when the lunar eclipse happened, his sanction was to watch a part of the lunar eclipse and report back. Well, the poor guy, he was up every hour and he gave me a report of what the moon looked like every hour. But the joy on his face to have fulfilled the request, he felt that he'd accomplished something, and the boost in his self-esteem has actually meant that he's been engaged in treatment consecutively for the last number of weeks and is on a much better path. So those are sort of some of the very creative sides, things that we've had to do. We've kept everything else in play. We have coffee cards that are given out for people that are test and clean screens. Now, it's a $2.50 coffee card. To everyone else in the world, that's a nothing. But to them, it's an everything. It's a symbol of them having a good week and earning that reward. For people that have 60 days minimum in the program and 30 days clean, they are an early leave. That means they can leave as soon as their name is called. They don't have to stick around to the end of the court. We have an all-star. Yeah, it's a paper thing, but we have a board that one of our past participants made for us, beautiful artistic board. And if you're an all-star, your name is there under the all-star. And that's 60 days consecutively having early leave. And then if you're an all-star elite, you're at the top of the leaderboard, and it means something. And if there's a sanction, you jump off the board. But that board hangs at the treatment center, so everybody that walks in the door can see who's on the leaderboard. And being a leader in an addiction group is important. So we've kept everything else as much the same as possible. I'm going to tell you that although we're still not allowed to have our court functioning, I plan to bring everybody back if it's possible. I mean, I can't predict what's going to go on with COVID anymore. If possible, I'm going to try to bring people in maybe once a month if we can, to try to reestablish some of that personal rapport. So it's been a challenge, but I'm very proud of the fact that we've kept it going. And I would not, as you know, we were learning about the opioid crisis figures in Toronto. It's not any better in Ottawa. The drugs are polluted. Far too many people have died or overdosed. And I'm very pleased that we've kept our court going. Our numbers are growing. Our early intervention pilot program is still going, and we've had graduates from that program. And we struggle along with our partners, but we've made it happen. And I think that's been fundamental.
You know, oh, all right. Judge Groves.
So just a quick comment to Judge Perkins McVey. I commend you for keeping DTC open the entire time in one way or shape or form since the pandemic hit us. We weren't quite so fortunate at the beginning of the time. We weren't doing anything. Everything just got presumptively adjourned for, I think it was 6 or 8 weeks. I can't even remember what it was back then. And drug treatment court was shut down. During that period of time, and it was early on, I can't remember if it was kind of that first 8-week period or the second 8-week period, but we had one of our participants who had been doing so well. And he was isolated up in a fairly small rural community in Alberta because he went back home when the pandemic hit. And he reached out to the team, and our team is like splendid. I can't give them enough kudos. They're just fabulous people. And they did what they could, but you know what was funny, and this ties back into what Judge Pringle said. This participant said, I need to see the judge. I can't do this. I need to be accountable to the judge, which I found very strange. They reached out to me and we set up a WebEx meeting. So that was acceptable, accepting that the court didn't really want it done like that without WebEx being recorded. I can't remember. There was some issue they had. So they shut us down again. So it was a period of time where we didn't see anybody, and then we finally got WebEx in place and we started seeing them on WebEx. By this time, he had spiraled too far. And we tried very hard because we're back now in person with drug treatment court in Edmonton, masked and all that, but we're back as long as they're double vaxxed. If they're not double vaxxed.
But that's a problem for our population.
Yeah, I know.
We're afraid of the vaccine, and I had an allergic reaction to the vaccine, and I didn't tell them because I didn't want them to be vaccine hesitant because of it. But yeah.
So we've now implemented a new policy with new participants coming in, and that is that they have to be double vaxxed to get into the program. If they're already in the program and they, for whatever reason, we won't obviously kick them out. We only have one of those participants right now, and so that participant appears via WebEx, but everybody else appears in person. But this one gentleman who went off the rails during COVID, and it just eats me to this day. We lost him 2 weeks ago.
Oh no.
And it's one of in 9 years of sitting on drug treatment court, up until this last 5 months, we had lost one participant, and it was in a car accident 7 years ago.
Wow.
And in the last 5 months, we've lost 5. Now, in fairness, 2 were cancer, and then 3 were drug related, 1 question mark, heart attack, but we're not sure if it was drug induced. All to say though, I kudos to you for being able to keep drug treatment court open right from the beginning by phone, because I think that piece is really important.
Just one other thing. I am now the only judge doing drug treatment court because I use my lunch hour. And so I could be doing a long trial or something else. And I just say every Tuesday from 12 until 2, I'm not available. I'm sitting in another court. And I've got, you know, my LAJ and my RSJ are very supportive, and they've given me my own Zoom line, and they know that drug treatment court is a priority. And if I need to bring an information in to deal with it, whether it's to amend a recognizance or to impose a different sanction or revoke bail, they'll make that happen. So we're just making it work. I fear we were too successful and that they may not want us to have our own court, but we're going to keep advocating.
Well, I think that in person is ideal. It's really what you want to work for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to continue it virtually if you
Virtual.
can help it, for sure. But good that you can keep it going in one way or another. Because as I can tell you, when we didn't have it working, it showed what can happen.
All right, Judge Agro.
I just was curious to know from other jurisdictions, how many of them are back in person or plan to be in January?
Okay. So the 3?
January,
Oh,
possibly,
okay.
maybe.
Possibly 4.
We
Well,
still
you know, I mean, once the chief judge says it's happening, we know it's happening where she is, right? So,
we still have restrictions of how many people can be in a courtroom, and I'm not sure which courtroom I can find that's going to be big enough to have everybody 6 feet apart, even if they're masked.
Yeah, no, those are some real challenges. But maybe at this time we can switch a bit. We can switch a bit and start to get into some of the tough things we face because of the nature of what we are dealing with, whether it's addiction or mental illness or something, right? And so, Chief Judge Williams, the question I have for you is how do we navigate the competing interests of harm reduction and risk management in a wellness court?
Yeah, I think it applies equally in a substance use disorder program or in a wellness court. In Nova Scotia, in Dartmouth, our wellness court is an umbrella court that has a mental health court program and a substance use disorder program. And I gotta say, Kofi, I'm not sure that I've got any answers, but I think we could discuss some considerations. And I thought it might be helpful to provide an example of a participant that's complex with high risks and high needs, and how that individual might be perceived in the health system versus in the criminal justice system, depending on whether you're looking at harm reduction or risk management. So the example I'm providing you is a young man named Aaron, who's a 24-year-old African Nova Scotian male. He's got major depressive disorder, he's got substance use disorder, and he's got complex trauma. And he's misusing a variety of prescription pills, and he ends up robbing a bank. He has had issues with alcohol and cocaine as well, and he uses weed, which has had a negative effect on his mood, but he has no criminal record. So he's in our court, and from the health perspective, you know, we need to look at harm reduction. This is an individual addicted to a number of substances. We can't expect perfection overnight or abstinence overnight. And so the focus there is on the user, and the risk is assessed through the lens of that user. So, you know, the goals might include, how do we help him reduce use, perhaps moving from a heavier drug to a softer drug only, or a managed alcohol program, and maybe to reduce or eliminate the substance that really impacts the mental health, such as the weed and the mood disorder. So the idea would be to stabilize the mental health, work on the trauma that's causing or driving the substance use disorder. But we're a court, as others have mentioned, and there's got to be a risk management strategy put in place, because the focus has to be not only on the individual and their recovery, but on public safety. And so the risk in this instance is assessed from the lens of, can we manage his risk to the community? And if so, how can we do that? By requiring abstinence of certain substances, by frequent testing, by monitoring him in the community, by frequent court check-ins. But abstinence may not be possible or realistic. And if so, at what point? And the other concern is when abstinence occurs with one substance or one addiction, it can often lead to another. So we've seen people, for example, who've come in with a substance use disorder and they stop using and only come to find out that they then turn to gambling. And gambling may have been a problem in the past, but now it replaces the substance as the addiction that's driving things. And of course, gambling can lead to loss of money, which requires you then to look for money to be able to feed that habit as well. So it's a matter of balancing the supports and the supervision involved. And as we talked about earlier, honesty being such an important component to the specialty court and the success of individuals, how do you encourage honesty regarding use when they know there are going to be consequences for that use? So that's sort of the backdrop of the friction, I guess, between the health system and the criminal justice system. So in our case of Aaron, he stops using the prescription pills, the Xanax, but he's a chronic weed user because it does destabilize his moods. And when he's unwell, he's not able to cope. So we worked really hard on trying to reduce Aaron's use of weed, only to find out that it's increasing his stress level and he's turning back to the alcohol and the cocaine and the Xanax, which were the things that we were trying to keep him away from. So it's sort of like the dike. When you put the finger in one hole, another hole springs open and the water falls through. So it's a real balancing of competing interests. You know, it's really interesting being involved in a drug treatment program or a wellness court. You know, learning about neuroscience and how the brain works and how addiction comes about. And you know, recently we turned to some addiction physicians, and you know, they helped us understand that the addiction piece, or where it lives or where it flourishes, is in the midbrain, and it's really not a choice. It's an impulse. It's something that just happens. And they say we need to find a way of quieting that midbrain. And sometimes that's a pharmacological response. So whether it's, you know, an opioid replacement or whether it's the use of one substance that's less harmful than another, but that midbrain needs to be quiet in order to work on the frontal brain or the front cortex, prefrontal cortex, to then be able to start working with those coping strategies, whether it's DBT or CBT, and learning new ways of thinking and new ways of being. So again, there's that friction of how do you quiet that midbrain while you're trying to develop strategies in the front part of the brain. So what we're in our court in particular, we're thinking of, you know, we really do need a reliable way of monitoring how much of a substance a person has in their system and how that impacts their behavior. You know, testing is great. It tells us what somebody has on board, but it doesn't necessarily tell us how much they're using or how much is in their system. But we need to know this to be able to assess the risk and have some degree of risk tolerance, and then be able to work on the trauma pieces. It seems to me that programs that have in-house or residential day treatment or wraparound services provide the environment where you can really develop those rich relationships and monitor progress and slips and adjust strategies as to how you work with people. And I was fascinated the other day listening to you know, the Delta Family Resource Center that was discussed, I believe it was yesterday, in one of the earlier topics of dealing with the whole person and culturally appropriate services for both the participant and family members, and, you know, engaging with community partners. Unfortunately, we don't have the resources to have that kind of a model, but I think that programs without those kinds of supports are less likely to be able to tolerate as much risk in terms of public safety than some others. So I've probably created more questions than I have answers, but those are some of the considerations and some of the difficulties that we have to deal with in determining who can we assist in our programs.
Right. Okay, it's very interesting as we've been listening today. You see how courts are sort of adjusting to what they're dealing with, whether it's mental illness or addictions, relying on the science, relying on the behaviors, and trying to adjust. Right. Domestic violence is a special area, and it comes up with some special challenges. And that's why it's around that time, with that focus that I tend to Judge Doyle. And my question is that in a dynamic context like family violence, how do we work to achieve treatment while securing the safety and the security and safety of family members? Now, I was not wearing my glasses, so I couldn't read properly, but now I am. But Michelle, you got the question, right? I could read it again. Now I can see clearly. I'm sorry for that. In a dynamic context like family violence, how do we work to achieve treatment while still securing the security and safety of family members?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for the question. I can tell you that it's certainly been very instructive to sit and listen to my colleagues talk about the efforts that they have made in drug treatment court, because there's just absolutely no doubt that some of the dynamics that present in those courts are dynamics that we deal with in our domestic violence court every day. Of course, in the prosecution of domestic violence and domestic violence in court setting, we come with a history of different responses to domestic violence, starting with the traditional response that this is something that belongs in the family and really the society has no business getting involved, to the pendulum swing to everybody who commits an act of domestic violence has to immediately be separated and incarcerated, and general deterrence and denunciation have to carry the day and nothing else will do, to I think the position that we're trying to achieve right now, which is that we start with what is going to be put in place at this moment to ensure the safety and security of family members. And family members in this context always includes children that are in the home where the domestic violence is alleged to have taken place. Persons that come before our court charged with domestic violence often present with other challenges that require our attention, including mental health issues, GLADU factors that are significant, and substance abuse challenges. And therefore, we do our best to approach the cases in a holistic and meaningful way. We've learned over time that one of the most important factors in our success is speed of intervention. And there's no doubt, listening to my colleagues talk about how their courts have dealt with the pandemic really has interfered with our achievement of goals and speed of intervention. And we also are committed to flexibility to changing factors and our response to those changing factors, because in the world of domestic violence, factors change over time, and we need to be capable of meaningfully responding to those changes. So in Edmonton, we have a victim advocate agency which asserts the perspective of the complainant to all of the other stakeholders. The complainant does not have to, although is welcome to be personally engaged. But the complainant has a person that is asserting the interest of the complainant. We have representatives of probation, children's services, Edmonton Police Service, and of course the Crown and Defense Counsel that are present in our courtroom environment. The time between charge and conclusion of charge, in our view, is critical. The earlier that we are in the process, the more motivated we find participants are to engage strategies that are going to secure a good outcome. We've learned that our job in our courtroom is to ensure that the family is heard. And by the family, I mean the complainant and I mean the accused. When we talk about conditions of release and amendment of conditions and fit and proper sentence if there is a resolution or conviction. All of the various agencies and the court is quite aware of the cycle of violence for families that are struggling with violence in the home. And we all honor a commitment to ensuring that we're trying to strive for a balance between separation and security of complainants and honoring the wishes and needs of the family that has experienced the trauma. The balance, it can't be the same for all cases. And so we're dependent upon individuals who are responsible for gathering information to ensure that we are up to date and communicated with. In our courtroom, we hear the complainant. We have abandoned to some extent the sort of paternalistic approach that the complainant has nothing to add. We don't agree with that. And in fact, we take the view that for many cases, the commitment of the family to treatment is determinative of a good outcome. So I was interested in this context to hear the comments about having a lead judge. And I was interested in that because I know that we have most of the time myself or my co-lead in the family protection courtroom. And although my experience is anecdotal, I certainly have been told on several occasions about individuals who have been sent off on a course of treatment and know they've been sent by me and they're coming back before me, and I have told them exactly what I expect them to achieve. And they know that they are reporting to me and I'm going to hear them. And depending on what I'm told, I'm going to take the next step, and they know what the next step is that I'm going to take, good or bad. So I think that although certainly we're not modeled like a drug treatment court, we sit as a court. I sit up on the dais as a judge, and people come before me and stand when I walk in. We certainly are a court that has committed itself to far more engaged dialogue with participants that previously did not have a voice. And so to that extent, we work very hard to achieve a balance between the need for treatment, and in most cases, the need for treatment is extreme, and preserving as much as possible the security and safety of the family members that have been impacted.
All right. That's so it's interesting. It's interesting the different dynamic in the domestic violence context, right? And the importance of trying to keep everybody safe when you're trying to make those type of analysis. Now, Judge Bahen is in court. Judge Hinds, I'll be looking to you. I actually, before I get to you, actually, there is something I should, because there's a question I have to ask Judge Groves. We've talked about, in our conversation, we've talked about the importance of connection, trying to make people feel safe, building trust. As each of you have been speaking, I could see the compassion that comes from you. In fact, when Justice Heather Perkins McVey was talking about the kid with astronomy, I saw the smiles amongst all of you. So you develop a connection. And many of you have said show compassion, and I've said that this job is one of the most fulfilling things. Well, what happens when you have to sentence somebody, right? You know, and Jack Groves, what are the challenges of sentencing a participant that is terminated or voluntarily leaves the DTC program? How do we measure success?
Thank you, Kofi. Thank you also for inviting me to participate in this roundtable. I think it's very beneficial. I certainly walk away from these types of events with more knowledge than I started with, so thank you. And I'm going to begin, I guess, with an apology, and that is that I don't have the answer to this question. I wish I did. I think the most I can do is try and encourage all of us to think about how we deal with these participants and how we measure the successes. Personally, for me, I think the real challenge that I find difficult is that we've invested a lot of time with these participants. We get to know who they are. Oftentimes we've met their children, we've met their family, they've come to court. We see them on a weekly basis. They're very vulnerable. They share some very intimate details about their lives, what in the past and what's happening in their life right now. And so when it comes to having to sentence one of these people, I personally find it much more challenging and weighty than just a regular individual offender who I don't have that same intimate knowledge about. And I'm not the only DTC judge sitting in Edmonton. We have 4 because we sit twice a week. So we have 2 judges that share Wednesday, 2 judges that share Thursday. I just happen to be the judge that's been sitting in there the longest. So we've had this discussion amongst us. How do we deal with this? Because all of us find it difficult. And we contemplated sending it out to a non-DTC judge who didn't have any knowledge about this person. We thought maybe that's a way to do it. And then we thought, but really we need to sentence the person that's in front of us. And that's that whole person. That's everything that they've done. And so we've decided to keep it with whoever took the guilty plea. So if that person is sitting, if I took the guilty plea, I said on Wednesdays, that person comes to me every Wednesday. I'm seeing that same person every Wednesday, me or my colleague. So I would sentence that person. But we also appreciate that they've done a lot while they're in the program. They may not have succeeded. They may, for whatever reason, they're out of the program. They have made some strides forward. And so that leads to the second part of the problem is, how do we measure those successes? And I really wish I had a mathematical formulation that I could hand out, some cheat sheet and say, well, you know, if they've done X, Y, and Z, then that gives them 2 months credit off their sentence. It doesn't work like that. We all know that. It doesn't work like that in our regular sentencing regime, so it doesn't work like that in DTC. All I can say is that our Court of Appeal, in a decision called Regina and McDonald, it was a few years back, I can't remember the year, about 2015 maybe, clearly stated to us that we are to give credit for time in drug treatment court. And they didn't say what that credit was, but certainly it's a mitigating factor and we have to assess that. So like I started out by saying, I apologize because I don't have the answer. I'd like to hear from others on how they deal with this, and do other judges do the sentencing, or do you keep it within your own DTC team? And any suggestions on how do we measure these successes? Because there are successes, no matter where they are in the program when they leave. There have been strides made. For the most part, we all know that it's not a straight line to recovery, and there's oftentimes when they're going to fall off before they get back on and work it out. So I have to say.
I'd like to answer that. I have struggled with this, Donna. Like, it keeps me awake at night when I know the names of their children and their cat and what they're most afraid of. It makes it very difficult. But what I found is I have to be authentic. I can't ignore that connection with them. And I talk to them as I'm sentencing them as the people I knew in drug treatment court. And I talk about the importance of accountability and that responsibility. The only way they're going to move on is if they do hold themselves accountable. And I mean that in the truest sense. And I've spoken to some of them, and I've certainly given people lots, maybe some people would say far too much credit. And every Crown attorney who appears in front of me knows that if they say one more time, well, he failed out of drug treatment court, I'm like, whoa. You have to measure success in very different ways. And I think that McDonald, some of the Crowns referred to it that they've been McDonald, because I just raised that case and I have the citation with me about how success can be measured in different ways, and that the very fact of entering a program as intensive as a drug treatment court and committing themselves to changing their lives, if they were clean for a month, that's a measure of success beyond what they would have had. And I try to say when I have to send some people to jail, your journey isn't going to end tomorrow. And this is just part of the accountability process. You're not able to graduate today, but it doesn't mean you didn't learn something, and it doesn't mean you can't go back and seek help again. And when I talk to them as people and I explain to them the importance of that accountability and how difficult it is, and how, I hope that it'll be different moving forward, and I give them the credit, they all thank me. And they all appreciate the support they've had from the treatment team, from myself. And I explain to them how difficult it is. And I think that adds some credibility and some accountability to the court and to them. And it's a struggle, but I think it's important that the judge that has been part of their journey is the one that sentences them. There is no quantifiable number. It's the same as collateral consequences, if we want to talk COVID, in terms of what credit you give. But our Court of Appeal has a decision in Walsh that gives credit while in treatment. And I certainly think you need to give people credit for any time they've spent in treatment, and acknowledge their successes, acknowledge the failures, treat them as the whole people they were. They've gained respect while being in drug treatment court. Many of them have gained some sense of self-worth they've never had before. And I try to help them maintain that. And sometimes when they come back again, because they do, they always say, oh, can I go back in front of Justice Perkins McVey? Because she knows me. She knows what I'm all about. So I think that's the most difficult part of the job, but I think it's something we have to do. We owe it to them.
Yeah.
I've had actually, unfortunately, a couple of cases where I've had to sentence them, and had that frank conversation with them when I was sentencing them. And I said to them, I wish you the best, and I'd love for you to come back before me later on, not in front of me, but just come back to court and tell me how you're doing. And I actually have had 2 of the participants come into court after I've sentenced them.
Yeah.
Just to say, hi, I'm doing great. I'm clean still. So it has not always, there's been a silver lining. So
somebody that left drug treatment court about a year ago, I sentenced them, they didn't graduate. They called and left a message at my office a couple of weeks ago, just letting me know that they hadn't committed any new offenses, they were doing well, and could they drop in and say hello? And I said, of course.
Of course. Of course. Pam?
I just wanted to add that the saying in our court is we're in the business of providing opportunity, and what they choose to do with that opportunity is up to them. And the other component is we cannot work harder than they do. So those are 2 constants. Often those who are not successful are sentenced by me as an agreement between the Crown and the defense. But our court is a joint recommendation court, and our counsel work incredibly hard to arrive at those joint recommendations. And the ones where we are not able to have a joint recommendation, they do go back to the regular court from where they first came. Those are few and far between, and they're likely the folks who haven't been with us very long and have fallen and not taken the program very seriously. But I do agree that in most instances, the judge that knows the individual best is best placed to provide the just sentence.
Actually, if I can just make one more point that I forgot to mention until you were just saying something there, Pamela. We actually have a 60-day window. So when a participant enters a guilty plea, they have 60 days to say, I can't do this. We, in that case, will strike the guilty plea and they go back into the mainstream. And then I would be disqualified if I was a judge. So that 60 days. Yeah,
We have
so
a
that
30-day
60-day window would allow them to go back and I wouldn't be doing anything. I would have nothing to do. That's the only exception.
All right. So Mary Hinds, let us swing back. Let us swing back to what you were talking about earlier about sanctions and incentives. So what are the common sanctions and incentives?
Well, there are many, but I think the way I like to think of it is you have different magnitude of both incentives and sanctions. You have low magnitude for low magnitude events, moderate incentives or sanctions for moderate events, and then high magnitude incentives or sanctions for appropriate behavior. So I'll start with low magnitude incentives. And of course, we've all heard of this, and we all do this in practice, which is verbal praise. Well done. You made a good decision. And I always try, as others have said, is no matter what's going on with the participant that week, to speak about something they've done well and give them some positive reinforcement. Another low magnitude incentive is, of course, a round of applause led by a judge. Now, I don't clap or lead a round of applause for everyone. If people have dirty screens, I don't lead a round of applause unless it's someone in the very early phases of the program where they may have one clean and one dirty, and I'll be quite effusive in my congratulations for just having earned a single clean screen. Then we have small tangible rewards, and an example, and I think others may do this, is Tim Horton's card for 30 days of sobriety, something they've not achieved, and it's a small tangible reward that they quite enjoy, and they work hard for that. And then other small low magnitude incentives or symbolic rewards like being first up in court or near the top, or leaving early. Now, then let's talk about moderate incentives. We have recognition in court. We have 3 tracks in our particular program or phases, and the judges present certificate of achievements of accomplishing tracks 1 and track 2. The judge will get down from the bench with the certificate and meet the participant and shake their hand. Or during COVID times, we have a friendship stick that we extend about 6 feet apart and we'll shake their hand that way, and then followed by applause. The other thing that works well is reduced community restrictions. So on a phase advancement or track advancement, we'll extend the curfew. They might be on a 9 p.m. curfew. They've completed track 1 transition. So we extend the curfew to 10 p.m. or whatever it may be in your court. So you can extend curfews. Another thing, and many courts use this, is what's called a draw from our fishbowl. And first of all, there is a physical fishbowl in the court, not with fish, but with fish on pieces of paper with rewards. And the prosecutor will allow them to, when they receive a fishbowl, that represents 2 weeks of clean screens and perfect attendance. The prosecutor gives them the fishbowl to draw from, and they can get such rewards as a small monetary award, like a gift certificate, sometimes a lunch with our manager of our court, or sometimes a half day off from the program. And they work very hard for fishbowls, let me tell you. And those fishbowl rewards are only available in our first 2 phases of the program, not in our final phase. And there's other things like work privileges. Usually when people are in track 2 of our program, stabilization, we'll consider allowing them to work part-time, not full-time, part-time. Now, then in terms of high magnitude incentives, we use other such things as reduced community restrictions. So we take them off electronic monitoring, for example, and they are delighted, or off confinement, and they are delighted. There's also travel privileges are allowed. For example, when they've really done well, they're further along in the program, usually in track 2 or 3, we permit them to leave Regina or the province of Saskatchewan for family visitations or something significant. Of course, they have to have all sorts of plans ahead about how to maintain their sobriety when they're outside of their city. And a good deal of planning goes into that. But it's a major incentive for them that they're reconnecting with family. And that's very important to them. And of course, as we know, family hasn't been a part of their lives for some time. Work privileges, as I mentioned, in track 3 of our program, maintenance, they can work full-time. In our another is educational privileges, attend educational program full-time. And then, of course, the ultimate high magnitude incentive is graduation. There they get a certificate of graduation. They get a medallion and a lanyard that's only for graduates. The judge comes off the bench and presents them with both the lanyard and the certificate and poses with them in front of our drug treatment court banner for a photo. And of course, what follows that same day is legal incentives, which of course is a reduction in their sentence. Often, well, for graduates, they're not going to be jailed. They'll likely be getting probation and a short-term probation. And the only thing I would say in the onset is we always make it clear upon admission to the program what they're looking at for a sentence if they don't graduate from the drug treatment program. So they know what the stakes are, what's involved. And this sort of goes to the other side of things is if, which we were talking about earlier, if we have a high magnitude sanction such as termination from the program or discharge, then they know they're facing likely some jail, but as others have said, it's not a precise formula for calculating that. And we rely heavily on joint submissions on sentence from the Crown and defense lawyers. Low magnitude sanctions, verbal admonishment. I'm disappointed in you. You made a bad choice, or words like that. Sometimes we have them do a letter of apology. That can often be addressed to staff at the drug treatment center for inappropriate behavior. For example, they got mad, said some inappropriate words perhaps, stomped out of a session, any number of things. And you can only imagine those sort of things. But a heartfelt letter of apology has to be done soon thereafter. We also have them sometimes attend extra hours at the center. There's always something that they need to be doing that, and this fulfills that. But we don't usually allow them to do more than maybe 1 to 3 hours for that, for a low magnitude or sanction. And then community service hours, we also employ that. In our program, they're also required to do community service work as part of their programming, but this can be a sanction. Moderate sanctions include increased community restrictions, rolling the curfew back from, say, 9 p.m. to 8 p.m., or some sort of a confinement or house arrest program. Also, community service work, usually we would extend that up to between 4 and 6 hours, but never past that, because it's sort of like Judge Williams was saying, Chief Judge Williams, when we're working harder than they are, and especially if they're starting to do 6 hours of community service work, they're not really focusing as much on their recovery. They're doing other behaviors, sanctions, which defeats the purpose. Moderate sanction also is the ordering of a status report on a participant. They've been misbehaving. They haven't been compliant with their program. And this has been going on for some time. And I place the participant on watch. I'm saying I'm watching you over the next week very carefully, and over the possibly the next 2 weeks. I'm ordering the Drug Treatment Center to prepare a status report on you. We have a form that we use and a type which sort of summarizes various behaviors that are non-compliant over a period of time leading up to this status report. And it can recommend anything, including discharge, but often it's things short of that, and they would have to sign off on an amended plan. The other moderate sanction that we use quite often is writing assignments. And they don't like these, most of them. Some are great writers and they do enjoy them, and they are terrific writers. And then others really dislike this particular sanction. It's usually a 2-page letter, and it's usually on a topic chosen by our drug treatment center counselors, something that would be meaningful to them. And then the highest magnitude sanctions, of course, are increased community supervision, placing a person on electronic monitoring or house confinement. There can be a suspension from drug treatment court. That can be with or without bail revocation. There can be short-term jail sanctions, as in remand. We don't ever exceed a week. I think the best practices out of the United States talk about 2 to 5 days and not more. For a variety of reasons I won't get into, we use about a week here for mostly because of transportation issues, particularly for women on remand. And then, of course, termination, the ultimate sanction. Of course, these high magnitude sanctions should be used sparingly, and you have to avoid over-reliance. If you're jumping to one of these high magnitude sanctions, you're not doing it right. You should be going through these low and moderate sanctions before you ever get near a high magnitude sanction. Really for jail, unless they pose an immediate risk to public safety, jail sanctions are administered after less severe sanctions have been ineffective in deterring their behaviors. And an example I can think of readily is we'll often, on the recommendation of our treatment providers, order them to go to residential treatment and not leave there before they are discharged by the treatment staff. And occasionally, not that often, a participant will leave the residential treatment facility or be kicked out. And then they don't report to our drug treatment center and they're gone on the run for a while. And that may be a situation where we would consider a jail, well, it would be a jail sanction, and it may be something more serious. I just want to leave on a positive note is, often what is the most effective tool that I've observed? Well, it goes back to the judge being an important figure, and that is praise and applause from a judge who have done, for participants who've done well in the preceding week. It's in open court for all to see. And it's extremely important for a population that's never had much positive recognition from a person in authority in their life. Now, there are exceptions to that, but for a long time, most of the people that we deal with, they have the authority figures have been condemning their actions and sentencing them to jail and the sort of things we regularly do in other courts. And just as an aside, I mean, just the other day I got my flu vaccination, and the nurse who gave me the vaccine gave me a lollipop, and I was delighted, and I'll be back next year.
I guess I was muted, but you made me laugh. Thank you. Donna, the Chief Judge talked about harm reduction strategies. Mary Hinds talked about sanctions and incentives, and of course, how these sanctions and incentives are used, somehow relate to what your treatment philosophy is. So I was going to ask you, what model do you follow in your DTC, abstinence or harm reduction? And if abstinence is the model, is medically assisted treatment, that is addiction medications, acceptable?
Thank you, Kofi. So here at Edmonton, we follow the abstinence model. And I probably characterize our program as rather strict. We do not tolerate any drug use, any alcohol use. As a matter of fact, we don't even allow our participants to engage in any form of gambling. Now, having said that, as we all know, when we're dealing with people who have issues with addiction, we know to expect that there will be slips. So especially early on in the program, we treat those slips in a therapeutic manner. We obviously are not going to be heavy-handed with our sanctions. It's going to be more a treatment-focused approach. But in order to graduate from our program, you have to be completely abstinent for a period of 4 months before graduation. So there can't be any slips 4 months prior to graduation. Over the years of sitting in drug treatment court, when I first began 9 years ago, we did not allow, I'm maybe a little bit heavy-handed when I say allow, but as far as I'm aware, my memory, and I wasn't really the lead judge at that time, it was Judge Darlene Wong, but I don't believe there was any room to allow any of the participants to take any form of addiction medications. Having said that, that's not now. Today, with the new research that we've seen come out on the benefits of medically assisted treatment, we do allow our participants to, if need be, and we think it's going to be a benefit to them, we allow them to take addiction medications that are necessary for their recovery. That generally, as far as I'm aware, I don't know of any other drugs that they'd be taking other than Suboxone or methadone. And I don't think we've ever told them that they have to come off it, but I can tell you that in the number of participants that I've watched over the years, as they've progressed through the program, they voluntarily chose to decrease their Suboxone or methadone. And for the most part, I don't know of any that I can remember were actually on Suboxone or methadone when they graduated. Now, what I'm saying is we wouldn't prohibit them from graduating if that's what they're needing, but I think that all the ones that I can remember anyways, they've all come off on their own over the period of time that they were. Yeah, that's all I really
Perkins.
I just wanted to say that I think this is a really fundamental issue.
Right.
We have an abstinence-based court also, and we know how those work. There's, as Heather pointed out earlier, the other Heather, there's lots of studies that talk about drug treatment court models and what are best practices and what works. But the dilemma started, and I don't have the answers, I'm just saying, but it's a fundamental issue, is with the legalization of marijuana, it started to get us thinking, how do we address this? Like Donna's court, you're not allowed alcohol, you're not allowed any drugs except those that are addiction-based drugs, those are allowed. Very similar approach to what Donna talked about. But increasingly, I'm hearing from the treatment addiction side that harm reduction or use of marijuana that does not affect your ability to function should be allowed. And there are a number of people that have inquired about our program and ultimately decided no, they can't be in the program because marijuana has been very helpful medically for them, whether it's dealing with anxiety or other problems. And I think that we're dancing around the subject. I think that we need to figure out as a group how to incorporate these things, because this is the treatment trend. This is what the treatment providers are saying. And I feel like if we continue at the abstinence base, we are maybe not keeping with the times. And I don't know how to learn. I'm trying to learn from our treatment providers, but I'd be very interested in what other people have to say about this topic, because I think it's really the elephant in the room at this moment.
Right. You know, I want Heather Pringle to weigh in here because I know the Toronto court has taken this on head on. So Heather, what's going on there?
I don't know if head on, thank you, Justice Byrne. I don't know if head on is the right expression, but we're certainly being confronted with it. I can tell you on both in our drug treatment court and on a personal level, I don't think that use of marijuana and or alcohol should be a barrier to graduation. I think that and to be fair, our entire team seems to be, in my short tenure as the judge there, leaning towards more of a harm reduction approach, but kind of on a case-by-case basis. We haven't set any hard or fast rules in anything yet, but really, when you're looking at someone who is, homeless, living in an encampment in the park and is, addicted to a deathly amount of fentanyl, if we can get them past those problems to a place where they are housed and whatever they are using, it is safe and it is legal, right? That's a success. That's a success. And abstinence, like I'm going to call you the other Heather because I really like that phrase. The other Heather said may be something of a barrier to people wanting to enter the program to begin with, right? We're very far away from the days of reefer madness, and people now use it for legitimate medical reasons, as they probably should have been, again, personal opinion, for much longer than we've been legally allowed to. So but like I said, we haven't set any hard and fast rules, and perhaps that's because it is the elephant in the room and people are going to have very different and strong opinions on it, as obviously I do. But on a case-by-case basis, we've been able to say, this person has done so much, and they smoke weed on the weekends.
I agree with you.
Graduate.
I agree with you, Heather, entirely, but I don't know how it works from a program perspective. I don't know how. You can't apply things on a case-by-case basis. Things really do, there has to be structure and transparency and accountability. Otherwise, that you can't build that foundation of that honesty and that accountability. And I agree with you on the one hand, and I don't know how to apply it evenly. I don't know how we make it work in the current drug treatment court structure. So,
you're right, because the rules have to be unanimously applied from client to client, and that's 100% part of our own accountability. But when somebody comes to me and I say, have you used? What, telling me about your use since the last time I saw you, and they say, I used a little bit of alcohol or marijuana and I haven't used any fentanyl in 2 weeks, they get a clap, and everybody hears that clap. And I guess I'm sending a message by still praising the behavior that I think is more concerning.
I agree. I give them a clap. I say that's fantastic progress. But at the same time, the rules say abstinence. The rules say no coffee card. I agree. I keep saying how much progress that is. It's less deadly, etc. But you can't reward it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, no. It's a tough one, Marjoh.
Tough question.
We've faced this challenge in Hamilton frequently. Most frequently, a young man who just graduated, was using marijuana for anxiety and depression. Our first question was, and we struggled with this at the pre-court and steering committee level, our first question was, is it medically prescribed? Well, it turned out it wasn't. He was buying his stuff on the street. So he was instructed to consult with his physician, and if his doctor would prescribe it, we would consider it. So you've got to be careful when they tell you they're using it. Are they getting it from a physician, or are they buying it on the street? The danger, of course, with buying the street marijuana in our area, oftentimes it's laced with marijuana, with fentanyl, excuse me, and it can be fatal. So you don't want to condone the use of marijuana that is bought on the street and have one of your participants be a headline in your local newspaper. So that's a consideration. As it turned out, we did have another gentleman who was prescribed. We asked him to go to his physician to find out if there were any other approved drugs that could be substituted. Turns out there were. He was switched to those. And when he graduated, he thanked us because we conduct exit interviews. And if there's an opportunity, I'll talk about that. He thanked us for assisting him in being fully abstinent from marijuana use, which he thought it would never happen. So you've got to ask the right questions and get to the bottom of it.
But we've done the same thing, and we've had similar people say, thank you for getting me off marijuana. I do feel much better. And they were given some low-level anti-anxiety drugs by their family physician or from the psychiatrist. And that is the goal, but I just think it is, obviously from this discussion, we can see that it's a valid topic for us perhaps to gather and discuss at a future meeting.
And you know, we could keep going, but I am very aware of the time. Marjoh, did you have something to say? Did you have
No, I finished what I wanted to say.
Oh, okay.
On that topic.
On that topic, I mean, we could keep talking, but given the time, I want to switch it out a bit. I'm going to skip a bit because I want Michelle to sort of give us some idea, something about domestic violence court for a second. And Judge Doyle, I want to ask you, are there some specific needs within a family violence context that distinguish the management of those allegations as compared to other criminal allegations?
What I think is unique about family violence matters compared to what I'm hearing about is the experience in drug treatment court is in domestic violence court, we have worked very hard to reach the complainant and ensure that the complainant is engaged in the process, whatever view the complainant might have, whether the complainant is looking for us to reinforce the security of the complainant or whether the complainant wants to have a role in the rehabilitation of the person that's before us. So if we don't have the complainant engaged, whatever the perspective of the complainant is, our system of justice in domestic violence is completely lost. And because no matter what the intention of the accused person is, whether the accused person is going to trial, whether the accused person wants to resolve, whether the accused person is going to become subject to a peace bond and get treatment, we need the complainant engaged in the process. So the factors that influence the success of our court involve asking the following questions. In addition to the resources that we are capable of putting in place for the person who is accused or being sentenced for domestic violence, is anyone listening to the complainant? And are there resources available to the complainant? And how long is the process going to take? How long is this family going to be in a state of limbo? Or are we able to act meaningfully in short spurts of time in a way that restores the integrity of the people who were impacted by this event? And are there factors at play that tend to undermine the confidence of the complainant in the court system? And so it's not just the accused person who often struggles with GLADU factors. It's not just the accused person who has issues with substance abuse or mental health issues. And so are there factors at play that our agencies can meaningfully address that in the long run can ensure that if this matter is going to come back, that the matter never comes back before the court? And if it does, that the players have confidence in the court that they're coming to see. And so we look at events as a holistic event in our court. They're all different. The outcomes are different for different parties and for good reason. But we do try very hard to ensure that the people who are most impacted by the event have a voice in our courtroom. And I do think that that's something that distinguishes our courtroom from other criminal courtrooms, although certainly there's all kinds of initiatives to include victims and witnesses. We are really looking hard to reincorporate people who, we have to acknowledge, have purposefully withdrawn from our courts for reasons that are probably legitimate reasons. So I do think that's a distinguishing feature.
One of the things that has come out of all this conversation this afternoon is trust and the importance of trust, right? And so I want us to wrap up with that question, right? And Heather, Perkins, McVey, I'm looking at you at this point. How does your DTC program, and by that I mean any program, because I'm hoping people will comment, promote and encourage honesty, both related to use and other issues, given that we work with a population so entrenched in distrust, secrecy, and deception? Yeah, you're muted.
Rome wasn't built in a day, and trust is built up over a period of time. And we've talked about it. I think each one of us have touched on it in different ways throughout this panel. But it really comes down to a culture of honesty, not just being a condition of being in court, but you build a culture of honesty and accountability and transparency. And I'm honest. I'm honest about when I'm having a good day, when I'm not having a good day. I recently had a death in the family, and I told them that I was having a rough day, that I was doing my best to be there, because like them, not every day is perfect. Not every day is sunshine. And when I'm having a great day, I'll share with them something interesting or good that's happened. And it's about building that trust and that rapport. And as I said, the culture of honesty goes throughout all of the service providers. I also think that transparency is important, that you impose similar sanctions for similar problems or similar incentives for similar good deeds. I think that some of that is what builds that culture of honesty. And that's, I think, what you need to do. And it does develop over time. And I talk to the participants and I say, I know it's difficult being honest, but don't you feel better looking at yourself in the mirror when you can say, yeah, I lied to the treatment provider I used. I said, good. Now you can look yourself in the mirror when you're brushing your teeth tonight and say, I did a good deed. I was honest. And even building that over a period of time is what makes it work. And having, I think, participants seeing others also sometimes being brutally honest is very helpful. And I think that's what I mean about building a culture of honesty.
Right. Any comment on this before we wrap up? Because this is our last thing. I know we can keep talking, but any comment on this? Honesty seems to be a very important component, and it seems to be so important to create that issue of trust. Over the last 3 days, we've heard a lot, but in so many different ways, it shows the importance of engaging and creating trust amongst the people that appear and the people that we work with. All I'll say is this: we've had 3 days. We have heard from 46 speakers. 17 topics, about 478 people registered at different times. The speakers are well prepared. Look at the panel, a compassionate group. They've taken, all the speakers took their time off to freely give up their time. And this panel is no exception, and we thank them for that. It goes to the core of what we are trying to create, an opportunity to learn from each other. We've had fantastic hosts, Erin Smith, Dennis Riley, and Jennifer Graham. They've kept things going smoothly. Kim Briggs and Andre Rivard, Mary Pagani have been part of the organizing committee and have helped us significantly. There's a placement student called Tharsin, and without Tharsin, this would just be impossible. And so there's a lot of gratefulness to him. For those of you who have registered for tomorrow's forum, we'll begin at 1:15 p.m. promptly, and we are thankful to Bridget, Luke, and Mary Danforth for their assistance tomorrow. Now, let me say this as I wrap up. Tanya Corners was the person who did a presentation yesterday. And in the book, People, Places, and Things, she's written a poem. And the poem that she's written sort of highlights what we do in different ways, whether it's in the court or outside the court system, treatment provider, no matter what role we play, it highlights what we do. And this is what Tanya said from People, Places, and Things. She calls the poem Reflection. She says, we take the undocumented, the lost, the hidden, the forgotten, the disposed, the discarded, unregistered, neglected. We take the wounded, the bleeding, the scared, and the sore, the lonely, the frightened, the despondent, the frozen. Do you have them? Okay, here goes. We treat, we process, we register, we regulate, we mitigate, we legitimate, we stand beside, we grieve, we walk, run, and hold. We acknowledge, we respect, we share, we commend, we talk and talk and talk some more. We cast spells of good fortune, we wish, we dream, we pray, we hope and hope some more. We edit and redefine. We always shine a light and we always leave the door open. And the clients and the participants, do you want to know what they do? They do the really, really hard work. To say it has been a pleasure to spend this time with my colleagues and friends in this conversation that we've had today as a way to wrap up day 3 is an understatement. Our thanks to all of you for what you've done, and we'll just simply say, have a good evening. Thank you. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay.
I think we're
Okay, so
still
guys.
recording.
Oh yeah, yes.